Just been arrested. This is a global story that we're tracking for you right now on Republic TV, and we're coming to know that that police cars have just arrived at the residence of the former prince. The UK police has arrested the former Prince Andrew. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. The cops were seen on in the state. The Sandringham Estate. This happened a short while back, and this is that too on the former prince's 66th birthday. Now, 6 unmarked police cars and around 8 plain-clothed officers have just arrived at the wood farm at his estate in eastern England just a short while back. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Let's put out some of the updates that we are getting for you on this story. Now, remember that there was a lot of speculation. This is on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Just getting with these updates coming in, the police say that he is in custody and officers are carrying out searches at the address in Berkshire and other places. Photos are showing of the cars arriving at the estate. This is coming in the backdrop of the complaints over the alleged sharing of confidential material by the former prince with the late Jeffrey Epstein. There was a lot of debate on this recently about action which should be taken against the former prince. His name was circulating in those emails, the exchanges that he had with Jeffrey Epstein. And finally, we see that is a huge global update coming in, the backdrop of the Epstein files, which have been released, and the contents of those emails have correspondence of Jeffrey Epstein with a lot of top leaders and billionaires. Big updates coming in here, viewers, on Republic TV. And this is into the investigation into the Epstein files. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been arrested just a short while back on suspicion of misconduct in public office. And that goes back to the documents from when he was a trade envoy that are alleged to have been passed to Epstein. Huge updates, viewers, on Republic TV. There were allegations of misconduct in public office and allegations that a second woman was sent to the UK by Jeffrey Epstein for encounter with the Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. This is a big update we're getting for you on Republic TV. Now, we've always seen that the former Prince Andrew has denied any wrongdoing on the matters related to Epstein. So this is something which has been coming in, but there was a lot of public pressure, which we could see earlier on action being taken against Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. A big, extraordinary development in a story where a lot of high-profile names have been linked to the late Jeffrey Epstein. Andrew has consistently denied any wrongdoing, but this is a huge update which is coming in on Andrew's arrest. So let's tell you exactly what is happening. This is a developing story. The Thames Valley Police has arrested Andrew, that too on his birthday as he turned 66 years of age. He was arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. And right now he is in custody, according to the latest update we're getting for our viewers. The police said that he was arrested after thorough assessment with an investigation which has now been opened. Okay, so the police, from the latest update we're getting, is that the police has put out a statement as well. We see that they're saying that as part of the investigation, the police has arrested a man in his 60s from Norfolk in suspicion of misconduct in public office and are carrying out searches at the addresses. That is right, viewers. Big updates coming in on Republic TV. This is coming in as we have been tracking the Epstein files, which have been released. This has been a topic of much discussion, making headlines all over the world, with very shocking details which have come out from those Epstein files. The Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, formerly known as Prince Andrew, was arrested today on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Reports indicate it's tied to the allegations of sharing confidential trade documents. Okay, so with Jeffrey Epstein during his time as UK trade envoy potentially violating the Official Secrets Act and claims from Epstein files about trafficking, the arrest occurred a short while back on his 66th birthday, and he has been denying all these allegations. The Thames Valley Police said in a statement, as part of the investigation, we have today arrested a man in his 60s from Norfolk on suspicion of misconduct in public office and are carrying out searches at other addresses. Big updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. And the investigation has been opened up into allegations of misconduct in public office. The police has also said that it's important that we protect the integrity and objectivity of our investigation as we work with partners to investigate this alleged offence. And we understand that there is significant public interest in this case, and we will provide updates at the appropriate time. So still waiting for more updates to come in. The brother of King Charles has been arrested over the Epstein files. This is a breaking news development which we are getting for you here, Republic TV. And this happened just a short while back. The charges against Andrew carry a maximum sentence of a life term, given the suspicion of misconduct in a public office. The Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been arrested in suspicion of misconduct in public office. Police say that King Charles' brother is in custody and officers are carrying out more searches. A short while back, photos show cars arriving at his estate. And it comes after the Thames Valley Police said they were assessing a complaint over the alleged sharing of confidential materials by the former prince with the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. So this is coming in, like we told you, that this is suspicion of misconduct in public office. That goes back to documents when he was a trade envoy. And those documents are alleged to have been passed to Epstein. So this is one of the big suspicions and the allegations which are against the former Prince Andrew. So this is in relation to the documents that when he was a trade envoy. And then also we are looking at more updates and waiting for more updates to come in, because like the Thames Valley Police has said that they will be conducting the investigation with utmost objectivity. So this is the latest update that we're getting from the Thames Valley Police on this story. So the allegations of misconduct in public office and this arrest is specifically about misconduct in public office, and it comes at a very significant time that Andrew has been arrested, given the public pressure which was being built on him because his name had come multiple times in the Epstein files and the correspondence that he had with the late Jeffrey Epstein. Big updates coming in, and we also have to say that Andrew has been time and again denying any wrongdoing on any of the matters related to Epstein. This is the global breaking that we're getting for you, viewers, on Republic TV, and we will be tracking these updates because these are new inputs which have just come in a short while back. So we are still getting our viewers minute by minute updates as they develop from the United Kingdom. So Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office, and there are photographs which came in of unmarked police cars and police officers who arrived around 8 a.m. and they say they have arrested a man in his 60s on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Police have been assessing allegations that Mountbatten Windsor, known earlier as Prince Andrew, shared sensitive information with Jeffrey Epstein when he was a UK trade envoy. So this is a specific information that we're getting for our viewers. The Thames Valley Police, before the arrest, has been saying that the police was reviewing allegations that a woman was trafficked to the UK by Epstein to have sexual encounter with Andrew. So this is coming backdrop of the Epstein files. Back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers, on Republic TV. And these are the top updates that we are getting for our viewers. Okay, we're also getting an update coming in. We're getting some updates coming in. Let's go straight to the next set of breaking updates we're getting for our viewers. Big updates, viewers, coming on Republic TV. UK PM Starmer issues a statement on Andrew's arrest. I'll just tell our viewers exactly what Starmer has said. The statement is out. The Prime Minister says anybody who has any information should testify. So whether it's Andrew or anybody else, Anybody who has got relevant information should come forward to whatever the relevant information is. Okay, so we have got a statement from the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer on this issue, and he says that one of the core principles in our system is that everybody is equal under the law and nobody is above the law, and it is really important that it is applied across the board. This is a very strong statement that has come in from the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer on the arrest of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor on this story. Big updates coming in, viewers of Republic TV. This is a live update of what is happening as we speak in the United Kingdom. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been arrested a short while back on suspicion of misconduct in public office, getting some of the reactions here on Republic TV. And we also were telling you that the Thames Valley Police previously said the force was reviewing allegations, multiple allegations against Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. The police has said that following a thorough assessment, we have now opened an investigation into this allegation of misconduct in public office. And the police has said time and again, it's important that we protect the integrity and objectivity of our investigation as we work with our partners to investigate this alleged offence. Adding that we understand the significant public interest in this case and we will provide updates at the appropriate time. So we will be waiting for more updates to come in from the police. So the police has said that they will be updating as more information has come in. Now, Andrew has been consistently, time and again, denied any wrongdoing. This has been a constant statement coming in from Andrew. At the same time, we see that public pressure has been growing. His name has been doing the rounds in the Epstein files and in cases related to the late Jeffrey Epstein, building a lot of public pressure and multiple debates on his link with Epstein. Big updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. Just tell you exactly what is happening. This is an extraordinary development that has taken place. Extraordinary development because it is something which is pretty much unprecedented, and like the UK PM said, that nobody is above the law. Nobody is above the law, even if it's the former prince and the brother of King Charles, Andrew. So the UK Prime Minister saying one of the core principles in our system is that everybody is equal under the law and nobody is above the law, and it is really important that is applied across the board. This is a huge update, viewers on Republic TV, and this is coming in the backdrop of a lot of pressure, which was public pressure specifically, which was put on the former prince and other global figures. They were under scrutiny after Epstein's death, specifically the former prince Andrew. We see that that the former prince was one of the most prominent figures being engulfed in the uproar following Epstein's death. And after that, we have seen that not just Epstein, there were other names which have been doing the round. But in this case, we see that latest update is that Andrew has now been arrested. A lot of allegations have come out in the forefront. And we have seen that Andrew's name has been topping headlines, specifically in the British tabloids, related to the Epstein case. And finally, we see that Andrew has now been arrested. Back-to-back updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV, and this is a breaking news development that we're tracking from the United Kingdom. And we will also be getting our viewers more updates as to what will happen next. However, the police has said that they will be giving more information as it comes in. Now, Starmer, like we said, the UK PM has said no one is above the law. The Prime Minister has urged Andrew Mountbatten to cooperate with the UK and US authorities regarding the Epstein scandal. The UK PM emphasized that nobody is above the law, including Andrew, and he has a duty to testify. This is a huge update coming in on Republic TV. The Chancellor Rachel Reeves has also called for Andrew to speak out, stating that he owes it to the victims to share what he knows. We have seen that Andrew has been facing a lot of scrutiny following the release of the documents, and the new documents specifically, which have come out detailing his connection with the late Jeffrey Epstein. There are some materials which include emails suggesting that Andrew shared confidential reports from his role as a UK trade envoy with Epstein, and a photograph of him with an unidentified woman. So this is the main allegation which we are learning of. So I'll just repeat that. The main allegation is that there are reports that he shared some emails. There were some emails which have come out suggesting that Andrew shared some reports from his role as a UK trade envoy with Epstein, and a photograph of him with an unidentified woman. So there were many questions which were being raised about those objectionable photos which were doing the rounds. So this is a huge update coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. We are getting you these updates as Andrew, the former prince, has been arrested over misconduct in public office. So with a lot of pressure we have seen. That too, it's happened on his birthday. So Andrew Mountbatten has been arrested on his 66th birthday over public misconduct. And this is among the Epstein files row that has really put a lot of pressure. So just giving you if you're watching us right now, let's tell you exactly what has happened. This is a huge, unprecedented arrest, unprecedented, extraordinary arrest which has been made, viewer. That's why we are getting these updates, because it's something that we don't see every day. A former prince gets arrested, and the UK Prime Minister says that nobody is above the law. So vehicles were seen earlier around 8 a.m. UK time. Was seen at where Andrew Mountbatten has been living since leaving Windsor, and he has just been arrested. These are updates that we're getting for you here on Republic TV. So Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, who has been already under the lens, in the Epstein files, has been arrested at his Eastern England home. And the police arrived at his residence. And the Thames Police says that they were looking at allegations of Andrew that had passed confidential government documents to the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, according to the recently released files. Mountbatten Windsor. Andrew has denied any wrongdoing and said he regrets his friendship with Epstein, but we also see he has not responded to the specific request for comment after the latest files were published by the US government. In a statement, the Thames Valley Police say they have arrested a man in his 60s on suspicion of misconduct in public office, and they're carrying out searches at different addresses. So searches are still happening. The statement says that the man remains in police custody at this time. So we see that Andrew, the former prince, the brother of King Charles, is right now in police custody as we speak. There's a thorough assessment that the Assistant Chief Constable is saying that will happen. UK Police has now opened an investigation into the allegation of misconduct in public office. And they've also added it's important that we protect the integrity and objectivity of our investigation as we work with our partners to investigate this alleged offence. And we understand the significant public interest in this case, and we will provide updates at the appropriate time. This is the last update and last statement which has come in from the police. This is the Epstein file scandal, and we have seen that Andrew already had a lot of pressure on him to answer about his role, and the pictures that we saw of Andrew with Jeffrey Epstein, and those objectionable pictures which were doing the rounds recently. So this is a huge update coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. The British police has been already examining claims of the ex-Prince Andrew, sensitive trade reports to Epstein. So we have seen that the investigation to this had begun a week or two back already. British police said they were examining claims that the former Prince Andrew sent confidential trade reports. So the investigation had opened just around in first week of Feb. And we also are understanding that these are related to the trade reports to Jeffrey Epstein, confidential trade reports which were sent to Jeffrey Epstein. So this is what the main allegation is all about. Okay, so Prince William's office earlier as well said that he was deeply concerned about the revelations coming out of the US investigation into Jeffrey Epstein. This was a comment which has come in from Prince William earlier. We have seen a lot of pressure because a lot of anti-monarchy campaigners had said that the former prince should face the law. So this is one of the big updates that we're getting here on Republic TV. Okay, we will be coming back to the story. We will see the developing story that we're tracking on Republic TV, and we will just put a focus on some of the other stories coming in. Iran is reinforcing key military and nuclear sites. As per the new satellite imagery, these images point to fresh construction at the Parchin military complex, where a new facility is now shielded by concrete and layers of soil. Fortifications and buried tunnel entrances are also visible near Natanz. Now, the move comes as regional tensions remain high and diplomatic talks continue between Iran and the US. Here's more.
Amid the rising tensions between Iran and the United States over a nuclear deal, Iran is digging in, fortifying and moving quickly. These are the new satellite imagery showing a rapid effort to shield key nuclear facilities beneath thick concrete and packed earth. High-resolution images reveal expanded construction zones, heavy machinery on site, and new reinforced structures rising over sensitive locations. Iran's objective looks clear: protect critical nuclear infrastructure from potential airstrikes as United States military pressure increases across the region. The timing is very significant. In one hand, the diplomatic talks are ongoing, and on the other, tensions between Tehran and Washington remain elevated. Meanwhile, Iran is moving aggressively to fortify both its military and nuclear infrastructure. The satellite imagery shows the construction of a massive concrete shield over a newly built facility inside the Parchin military complex. This was a sensitive site reportedly struck by Israel in 2024. As per reports, the structure is now covered with layers of soil, masking its footprint and making detection from above significantly more difficult. But Parchin is only part of the picture. At nuclear facilities previously targeted by the United States, satellite images indicate Iran has buried tunnel entrances. Iran is sealing tunnel entrances beneath earth and reinforced material. All three tunnel entrances at the Isfahan nuclear complex have been backfilled. The construction surge comes as US military forces reposition across the region and diplomatic talks hang in the balance. Meanwhile, Iran insists its nuclear ambitions are peaceful.
Getting some updates coming in. Supreme Court has issued a stern remark regarding freebies, promise of free amenities. The Chief Justice stated that many state governments are distributing free schemes despite heavy debt and losses. If governments continue to provide free money, electricity and other amenities, who will ultimately bear the cost? The court stated that the burden of freebies will ultimately fall on taxpayers. Supreme Court stated that the governments should focus more on creating employment rather than simply distributing freebies. The Chief Justice stated that if states continue to provide free food, free bicycles and free electricity and direct cash transfers, where will the money for development come from? Supreme Court stated that many states are already in deficit, yet they're launching new welfare schemes.
Our leader already mentioned in one of our meetings saying that we should not call it as a freebie because it is taxpayers' money, it is people's money, and we are giving back to them. See, when some of these freebies, if that helps the people and their livelihood, definitely it should be given to them. It is again their money, it is not someone's money. It is people's money, it need to be given, and definitely it is they have the rights to get it. And when it helps them, definitely it need to be given. And with the DMK doing all this this cash, definitely like they have cheated Tamil Nadu people for last 4 years. And this 1,000 they promised when like in the last election, and they said when they come into power they'll give this 1,000 rupees. After 29 months only they gave this 1,000 rupees, and definitely like they have cheated Tamil Nadu people, and they have to give that 28 months, 29 months, whichever they have not given, because that need to be given, paid back to them as per their promises. Definitely whatever DMK says they do only for election mode, and they will not even honor whatever they say they promise to the as per their manifesto. So people knows that also they do all this for elections, but anything with the people's money, definitely it need to go to the people again.
Okay, let's go across to my colleague. Sarthak is joining us live. Sarthak, just tell our viewers about the freebie remark, a very stern remark. And the court says that the burden of freebies will ultimately fall on taxpayers. And this is a direct message to all those parties which indulge in freebie politics.
Well, certainly the Supreme Court of India made that remark on freebies and free schemes when it was brought into its...
All right, getting you more updates coming in, viewers. We are moving back to the big global story that's just come in the morning. We saw that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Police says that the King Charles brother is in custody and officers are carrying out searches at his addresses. So on the right-hand side, you can see that picture which had been raised a lot of objections. This picture on the right hand of your screen is the same picture which has led to a lot of furore with many campaigners and a lot of pressure for action to be taken against the former prince. Huge updates coming in, viewers. What we know so far is that Andrew has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. And he is in custody. That's the second big update. We're still waiting for more significant details. Let's go straight across to Hina. Hina, I'm coming across to you right now. The big update is that this is also something which is very unprecedented, a former prince being arrested, the brother of King Charles. And the UK Prime Minister saying that nobody is above the law.
Absolutely, Shivangi. This is a big news as UK Prime Minister has also now been very vocal and doing this sharp attack on Andrew. Now remember, this entire case is about 2010 when Andrew appeared to have forwarded information from his visits to various countries like Vietnam, Singapore and China to convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. So this is a matter from 2010. Now remember last year in the month of October, Andrew relinquished his titles. After that we saw how his honours were also taken away by UK, and this is the entire controversy is related to his links to convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Now we have so many troves of files where we can see how he is behaving with girls in those visuals. So we have those visuals with us as well. Now the police, the UK police has already issued a statement, but what needs to be noted here is that they've not mentioned the name of Andrew in that particular statement, and they've just said that a 60-year-old has been arrested by the UK police. But this is a big breaking because we are also now seeing British Prime Minister Keir Starmer speaking about this entire controversy and saying that nobody in fact is above the law. So this comes after his arrest. So this is a big news that we are tracking. It also holds a very a symbolic moment for United Kingdom, who we have already seen the titles been taken away by of Andrew by the British government, and we have also seen that his honours were taken away. We have the police's statement, but more details are to be awaited. The entire controversy is pegged around his visit to these countries, Vietnam, China and Singapore, where he went. Now remember, he was also the trade envoy to UK. So that is very important, because as envoy to UK, as trade envoy to UK, he must have had very important information regarding UK's trade to different countries. Now what sort of information was exactly shared by Andrew to Jeffrey Epstein is yet to be disclosed. But this is what we have now. We are also getting to know the documents that he apparently...
So let's tell our viewers the details that are coming in. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the brother of King Charles, has now been arrested. This is on Thursday, as we were getting the details. This was at his temporary residence on the Sandringham Estate. This is on suspicion of misconduct on public office. Thames Valley Police has now confirmed this. This is on his 66th birthday. The arrest has happened. 6 unmarked police vehicles carrying 8 plainclothes officers with police-issued laptops were seen entering the wood farm around 8 a.m. to carry out the operation. And the arrest follows heightened security over what all of us have known was his role in connection with the late convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein after the release of 3 million pages of previously unseen mails. Some of these documents reportedly include emails between Andrew and Epstein over a controversial image of the former Duke now. The National Crime Agency had also confirmed it's supporting the UK police forces investigating the information contained in the Epstein files, described the role as enabling a full and independent assessment of the information released. I'm joined by women rights activist Pratibha Prahlad now. Pratibha, very clearly the big question that we're all asking here, now this misconduct of office charge is there to haunt the royal family. The links to Jeffrey Epstein are out. They passed information to Epstein as also a trade convoy. The bigger charge now of misconduct, but also as a trade convoy, it's very, very clear that this was just more, and there could be more that will be now unearthed in the next few weeks. What are your first thoughts?
The first thoughts are, as you see Epstein, files unfurling and all the names of the wealthy and the famous in those files, I keep thinking about how how there's a blur, in the lines between philanthropy and power. Okay, now what do I do? Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. So basically what I was trying to say is, among the wealthy and the privileged classes world over, how lines, blur between philanthropy, politics, trade, and, and commerce,
yes,
and how the underprivileged are time and again exploited in this whole process. And this is like, a lot of people whom the world held in esteem falling from grace. And one of the most, famous people, of course, is Prince Andrew. But there are other famous names also, as you and I both know, as everybody knows.
Yes.
And and the images that you show of Andrew on that woman, there's so many other images, the stories about him, it's actually kind of shameful. It's shameful because in this world, we keep thinking about India being patriarchal, but seeing the Epstein files, you understand that there's exploitation of women world over, and that the US and the UK that claim, to have equality.
Ms. Pratibha Prahlad, I will just request you, ma'am, to stay on with us. I'm also joined on the phone line by Lord Rami Ranger, who's joining us. Now, I want to ask you the same questions that I asked here first. The released emails are showing that Andrew, who was a UK trade envoy because between 2001 and 2011, sharing his reports of his official visits to Hong Kong, Vietnam, Singapore, with Epstein. He's also shared these files with Epstein. It's very, very serious now that the Thames Valley Police has arrested him. They've been in consultation with the CPS as the Crown Prosecution Service. How are you looking at these very serious charges, because it's now Andrew who's been arrested over misconduct in public office, sir?
This shows that there's nobody above the law in the United Kingdom. Even if you're a royal, you still face the full force of the law if you have been caught wrongdoing. So first of all, I'm utterly disappointed for the royal family that they've been put through all this unnecessary and, unpleasant scenario. And the other thing is that it is very important that the people who represent the public office should be above board and should not compromise the security and the interest of United Kingdom. Whether you're a king, you're a prince, or whoever. So therefore, this just demonstrates that the British democracy is very strong. It will represent, it will take full action, and Prince Andrew will get a chance to exonerate himself. But at the same time, the full force of the law has descended upon him, and he is under custody, and he will now be interrogated, and they will get to the bottom of it. And hopefully the truth should come out for the sake of so many vulnerable people who have suffered in the hand of Epstein. So, as a single-parent child, I wish to say that we have to protect the dignity and honor of women, because women are not just a symbol. They are actually contribute a great deal to society. They look after the family, they bear children, they go out to work, they manage the family. So therefore, we have to show utmost respect to our women. So therefore, the law has to be very strict when young children are abused and exploited. And I'm also in favor of having a full inquiry in the United Kingdom about the grooming gang. And for that reason, I am now pressing the Home Secretary that we should get to the bottom, because it's not a question of children who have already suffered. It's a question of those children who can suffer if we do nothing about it. So therefore, the law has to be very strict. You cannot exploit weak and vulnerable or young, especially, impressionable children with your experience and with your age. So I hope truth comes out and whoever is guilty faces the music. That's the only way you can have society where people have a fear of the law, and the society will function as it should function for the interest of public.
Yes. Now, I want to ask you, Lord Rami Ranger, you've said that you've also impressed upon the Home Secretary to take action here. What has the conversation been like?
I have not communicated personally. It's through the emails and through other channels. So, because it's very important that justice should be seen to be done. You just cannot, brush away the truth. The public wants to know what goes on, and we have to bring, a lesson for those people who think they can get away with it.
I also want to tell you, Lord Rami Ranger, what the police statement is right now saying. They've arrested him, but I don't think they can keep him there for more than 36 hours. There is a rule, and then they'll have to continue taking extensions like in India as well. So they have come out with a statement, Lord Rami Ranger, and I'm also going to include my other guest here, Pratibha. As part of the investigation, they have said, we have today arrested a man in his 60s from Norfolk on suspicion of misconduct in public office. We're carrying out searches at Berkshire and Norfolk. The man remains in police custody at this time. We will not be naming the arrested man. However, everybody knows who he is. It's important we protect the integrity. It's a very short statement. But we saw earlier, Lord Rami Ranger, my last question to you, the cars arriving at Sandringham Estate in Norfolk. It was very clear they were unmarked police cars. That means that the Crown Prosecution Service and the police had been keeping a surveillance on ex-Prince Andrew before the arrest.
They can't just go and arrest someone without any evidence. So they must have been doing a lot of work behind the scene, and now they will get 36 hours to interrogate and cross-examine the prince on what went wrong, why it happened. So, you don't take long to get to the truth, because British police are professional. They will have all the evidence in their hand, and they will be able to ask questions. 36 is a long, long time. The truth can be extracted within a few hours. So I'm very confident that everything will be transparent, above board, and the prince will have to answer whatever question the police ask him.
Yes, and I also want to tell you that we are also hearing from our sources that the allegations of misconduct in public office of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor have also been allegations that a second woman, like you were speaking about, we're all looking in the UK to see how they're looking at the role of women and how they're going to be protecting women here. This is that second woman was sent to the UK by Jeffrey Epstein for a sexual encounter. Allegedly, reportedly, we're keeping those words there with Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. And this arrest is just about the misconduct in public office. It's also a very significant moment, Lord Rami Ranger, that the former prince has now been arrested.
Indeed it is. And again, I emphasize that nobody is above the law and people should be careful about the consequences of their bad actions. So therefore, let's not speculate. Let's give the prince his chance to present his defense and to mitigate his, the acquisition he's got. So therefore, we need to be mindful that nobody's above the law. The law will catch you one day or the other. So therefore, when you are in a public office, you have extra responsibility because you have been entrusted by the government.
And that trust, Lord Rami Ranger, very unfortunately and tragically been broken here by the royal family, I would say. I thank you for joining us. I want to go back to Pratibha, Pratibha Prahlad, who continues to be with us. Pratibha, we heard someone there who's an authority and who knows the affairs of how the UK works here. It's all right that action is being taken. I do believe it's too late. However, the Thames Valley Police did come there. They've been assessing these complaints. There was a second woman who'd filed this. We also remember last year, Pratibha, there was an action that had been taken against the prince. He'd settled that matter of the 17-year-old child who was there in the court against him, and he'd also tried to settle that. But I'll tell you what, what we've been told, what happened earlier. There was a lot that was being said, but this time it's on suspicion of misconduct yet again in public office is what he'd done. He was a trade envoy. There were secrets being exchanged. He's currently being held on caution, but it's very, very clear that as it's his 66th birthday, this man, the former prince, has been arrested. It is not only that he's done wrongdoing, but he's also going to now be in police custody till the investigation continues, Pratibha.
I'm, just like the person who spoke earlier to me said, I'm kind of relieved that the UK police has taken action, however late it is, as you said. And yes, he had settled with that lady called Virginia earlier by paying her millions of dollars because she too was underage, was what we had learned when she was molested by Prince Andrew. But the bigger question here is, look at the rich and the famous, the elite, the financially powerful people who all have a man's club out there and who exploit all these women and children who are disadvantaged. And that to me is of, major concern. And like, everybody is talking about Epstein files being disgusting, being, terribly nauseating because nobody believed that all these people who are so politically kind of powerful and financially rich, the elite class would have some sort of a boys' club where they took young underage, girls to, or other women, exploited them, did whatever they wanted with them. And like they say, had fun. I mean, what is fun? Is exploiting a woman's body fun?
No, I think rape is not fun. And I think anyone who's trying to say that needs to also let in and get in a word with our next guest, Pratibha, who's also going to be joining us. I welcome on the show Marilyn E. Hawes, founder and CEO of Freedom from Abuse, who's joining us live from London. Marilyn, it is not only about child abuse that we are seeing here, but a man who also accused of sharing secrets and misconduct that's being arrested on his 66th birthday. It's a development that's extremely significant. How are you looking at it? Do you think it's too late or do you think it's significant?
I think it's significant and I think it's the right thing to do, whether he was a prince or not. I mean, the fact we don't know what he's been arrested for, but I think definitely the fact that he did share confidential information with Epstein when he was a business trade person is absolutely appalling. It is treason. And without fear or favour, every one of these people that was linked to Epstein, there should be nobody that escapes. Everybody needs to be questioned. But I do wonder if it's more to do with what he did with sharing confidential stuff. I mean, he is dodgy, and I think really the royal family will actually be pleased with this. It's a terrible stain on them. Prince William and Kate and the King. I mean, the Queen will be turning in her grave, I think. But then she helped pay off one of the victims, didn't she? I mean, who knows what he's been arrested for and what will come out. But I think the general British public will be pleased. I think he has not curried a lot of favour with the general public here in the UK, and I think a lot of people think it's absolutely disgusting. And then it came out only on the news earlier today that there must have been several, in fact many flights into UK airports where Epstein's private jet landed. Whether that had any links to Andrew, who knows? But the news that is coming out with Epstein and the files is the tip of the iceberg. It's going to run deep and wide. But certainly on the fact that he shared confidential data, I mean, it is outrageous. And I wouldn't mind betting that is what the police have moved in on, because that has to be dealt with. He can't get away from it. He can't get away from it, and it's terribly damaging to the royal family. And I think that's where a lot of the empathy will be from the British people, that, you know, the damage that he has caused, and for a significant time, the damage that he's caused. You know, he is a very unpleasant character, really deeply unpleasant. He is arrogant. Some of the people that were his protection officers, he bullied them to be silent. He really is the most obnoxious person. He really is. Not a nice person at all. And whether it's his birthday or not, so what?
I also want to tell our viewers the kind of email exchanges that were exchanged between the two of them. And I'm going to ask you a question on this, because this gives an indication about Marilyn and Pratibha, what this all was really about. This muck. Separate email exchanges were exchanged in 2010 December between Epstein and Andrew, where he said he has a female friend he thinks the then prince would enjoy meeting. Andrew had replied saying he would be unable to meet her because he was in Geneva, Switzerland, but he would be delighted to see her. And then he gave information that she's 26. He mentioned where she's from. She's clever, she's beautiful, trustworthy. Remember, he was stripped of his royal titles in October last year amid the continued news of the friendship with Epstein. But it took...
Well,
yes,
I mean,
go ahead.
The thing is, I mean, if you knew someone was a paedophile, which he did because he knew he'd been arrested, then you just ghost them. You write them out of your life. You don't get on a plane to New York to actually walk around Central Park and explain why you can no longer see him. It's absolute rubbish. And as for the Duchess of York, you know, his ex-wife, I mean, I'm sorry, I think she's an absolute parasite. I think she's just as bad. The two deserve each other. I think they're awful people. And really, yeah, I mean, what does fun mean? Meeting these people for fun. I mean, all right, the 26-year-old person was not underage, but if she had been trafficked and groomed to do this, then that's also wrong. I mean, it's just so sordid and disgusting.
Yes.
The whole thing is utterly grubby, and I think it's good to see him be arrested. That it doesn't matter what position you had or have, you know, you're not above the law, and that has to be stated as that. I mean, I think the whole relationship with Epstein, and he lied. I mean, I don't know if you ever saw that awful interview that he did in Buckingham Palace with Emily, can't remember her name now. It was a car crash. Absolutely. Oh, I don't sweat. You know, I bet he's sweating now. Really, it's ridiculous. I actually feel really sorry for his daughters, because what a couple they have as parents.
No,
Truly.
Marilyn, as I'm going to let you speak, and I'm going to tell you this is gross, it's disgusting, but the truth needs to come out. We're also going to give you bits of information, and to our viewers, where there's another bit of information that had come in, and this is even earlier it had come in, that they'd also asked an exotic dancer allegedly to engage in various sexual acts, and this was at at Epstein's Florida home, and the letter that forms a part of the latest tranche of Epstein file shows that the unnamed women's lawyer had been offered $10,000 to dance, and then after that they asked her to be in sexual activities with them, and she was also, they said, treated like a prostitute. So I think they, sordid as they are, were only trying to indulge in that gross, disgusting, like you said, horrible thoughts that they had. They did not really understand or think that they would be even caught someday. Look at the brazenness with which these emails are being exchanged.
There are so many wealthy, unpleasant, misogynistic, narcissistic men in businesses. And it won't just be this. You've only got to look at Al Fayed, the guy that ran Harrods. I mean, he was another one. These businessmen, Robert Maxwell was another one. You know, they are just vile, entitled. They think they can do anything to violate women and boys. It wasn't just girls with Epstein. There was suspicion that there were pillion boys involved. And I think he was just a gross human being, a gross, I would say, lump of flesh that just didn't see any problem violating people for his own gratuitous, disgusting sexual pleasure. And all these other people that joined him. And, you know, no doubt they thought they were being clever. Well, they're not so clever now, are they? I mean, the names, there will be names on those private jets because it is law that when you get on a jet of any description, there has to be a log. I would love to know the log of the posh and famous that got on his jet called Lolita, that went to the island and got involved. All those names need to come out. And what really upsets me is that the names of the women and the people that were just horrendously sexually abused by these men they weren't redacted. The people that are the perpetrators, their names in some of the files have been redacted. Well, the poor women, their names haven't been. That is absolutely appalling. You don't treat people like this. And the lack of respect. I mean, I think from Andrew, the lack of respect for the position he held in society, in the country, a member of the royal family, and it's just disgusting. And as I say, it's just, I mean, golly, if I had that, what's coming out now about these, you know, a dancer and do all these sexual activities, whatever. Oh, crikey, I don't think I'd want to come out of my house. I'd walk around with a bag over my head. I would be so utterly disgusted with myself. But there's no remorse, is there? They don't care. They don't care what they've done and what they've been linked with. It is just awful. It is just beyond consideration. And I fear there's a lot more that's going to come out yet. The police must have had a real concern. And they wouldn't have arrested him unless they were really, really sure of stuff. But I mean, I often say when people are arrested, they shouldn't be named. Because you don't know, you know, you're innocent until you're proved guilty. But I think in this sort of situation where you're talking about sexual assault and violation of women, unfortunately, it's one of those crimes where you're actually guilty until you can prove you're innocent. But there's so much stuff that's been out about Andrew that it's out there anyway. So, you know, it happens to be his birthday. Well, tough luck. I've got no empathy for him whatsoever. He's had no empathy. He thinks he's a clever guy that has gone around acting in this way with no respect for his mother, no respect for the general public or his position that he held, and he deserves all that's coming to him. And I don't think I'd be the only one in the UK. You talk to people over here, you go to the pub, you talk to everybody, and people's eyes roll when you mention anything about Andrew. Oh, him. And very, very, not particularly repeatable words to describe him, quite honestly. And he deserves all he gets.
I think so too, but I also want to tell you, Marilyn, and as I want to tell our viewers, in 2011, after all these talks came out, look at the kind of camaraderie that was there between the paedophile Epstein and Andrew, because they exchanged an email when he said, "We are in this together." A clear indication that they were there together. Also now, when he was being, American attorneys were trying to get some cooperation with them. Jeffrey Berman, one of them in 2020, said there was zero cooperation from Andrew. The FBI tried to see the investigation with Epstein. They said there was zero cooperation with Andrew. And even when it came to the British Army, they said he should be stripped. He's an embarrassment to the military. He should be stripped of all his military roles. Now, the biggest thing which I would say here is when there was another case that was there, he actually lied. There was the person, Yes, there was the person who said, he actually went ahead and said in an interview that he was with his daughter when there was a case against by a woman against him, and he said, no, I was sitting with my daughter all the time. You mentioned that it's his children who would also be perturbed by this, but I think the larger issues of misconduct, the larger issues of the fact that he was a trade envoy have to also be seen by the United Kingdom government. I don't think it's just enough for him to today be arrested at 66. When this came to the matter, the lid was blown off much earlier. Action could also have been taken earlier, Marilyn.
Absolutely, well, every time, absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And there's always this sort of reluctance. I always find over here in the UK, we like dilly-dally around when other countries wouldn't. And I think he should have been, I agree with you, he should be absolutely stripped of his military, everything he did in the military, absolutely. And I mean, he was always known in England, he was always known as Randy Andy, yeah? And, I totally agree with you. We should have acted much faster. But there would have been this, oh, he's royal. He should have had his title taken away ages ago. Also, why is he holed up in a place he's still being protected, really, isn't he? Because he's on that Sandringham Estate. He's now an ordinary commoner like anybody else. He should be trying to carve a path for himself like any other person. He's still being waited on. He's still got maids and people like that looking after him, so he's still being protected. He needs to be thrown out, lock, stock and barrel from the royal family. They need to put an end to this. They need to put an end to it. I don't think it's too late. I think they can redeem themselves, but yes, they should have acted faster. I absolutely agree with you, but that is very often the case with lots of things over here. They should act faster and with complete impunity about, I'm pleased to see it's happened. I was in a bit of a business call when he rang, and I thought, good grief, how the world moves on and the news changes by the hour. But I honestly do believe the vast majority in this country will be pleased that finally something has happened to him, because it needed to happen, and it needed to happen some time ago. As you say, he absolutely lied. He's lied and he's lied and he's lied. And she's as bad. Sarah Ferguson's as bad. That she had nothing to do with him. Wrong. She asked for money from him, etc., etc. They're just, it will all come out. It will all come out in the end. I'm telling you, because your lies will always, in the end, that it will be your downfall. My mother always used to say that. I can't stand lies. I don't like people that lie. I think it's dreadful. It's duplicitous. It's awful, and he's got no corner to hide in. He's got no hole to run down and hide. It's out there now, and people will be baying for his blood in a way that he has to have the book thrown at him. For all the arrogance of the man is just unbelievable. Horrible. He deserves what he gets.
We're also being told that this is not only, Marilyn, about just those contacts that they had, but also how he had invited Epstein to Buckingham Palace after the child sex offender's release. So it's very clear that this dates back to not just a camaraderie or just a friendship. This is clearly two pedophiles who were together. And like he said in one of those emails, we stand in this together. One is arrested, the other was scot-free.
It's extremely damning, isn't it? He's not exactly covered in glory, is he? I mean, he lied about Epstein going there as well. I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell also went there. He lied. And there they were sitting on one of the thrones and photographs of him. It's just awful. I mean, it's just absolutely disgusting. And as I say, no respect at all. He really, I think this must be an almighty shock for him today, that everything has now crashed down around him, and rightly so, because the way, and I do feel very sorry for his protection guards, because they will be questioned as well. But he was so bullying to them. He was so rude to them and threatened their jobs and all the rest of it. He is. It all comes back. I believe in a thing called karma. You can be a vile person, but in the end, right comes right. And I do believe it has now, and we'll just see, because my goodness me, whatever police station he's in, whenever he goes back, if he's released on bail, whatever it is, it's not going to be easy for him, is it? And I don't really care. I just think he deserves everything. Anyone that is in this disgusting vile situation that he, as I say, you if you know someone's a paedophile, you have nothing more to do with them unless there's a reason why you want to still be friendly with them. Why would you do that? You wouldn't. No one in their right mind would, and that's it actually raises more questions than answers, in my view.
Yes, I completely agree with you. These are deeply disturbing revelations, Marilyn. I request you to stay on with us. We're just going to be back. We're just taking a quick break, but this is our top focus. So I request Marilyn Horst to be with us to really get in and unearth what are the deep secrets Andrew Mountbatten Windsor was trying to hide. The former Prince and King Charles' brother has been arrested on Thursday, a little too late, but finally arrested for the crimes of paedophile and others. He's also being accused right now of gross misconduct. Much more on that after a short break. Stay on with us.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The AI summit is on. The focus is even more on AI, and with this talk of AI boom, jobs going, Vinod Khosla has made a comment which has created further panic in a panic-stricken environment. In my view, not necessary. He's a well-known tech billionaire and venture capitalist. He says IT and BPO services will completely disappear over the next 5 years. And then he says something as prophetic as all jobs will disappear in 50 years. Now, this is not an offhand remark. Vinod Khosla is the founder of Khosla Ventures, established 2004, deep investments in AI, sustainability, medicine, and other technologies. He was also an early backer of OpenAI, and he...
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
The AI summit is on. The focus is even more on AI, and with this talk of AI boom, jobs going, Vinod Khosla has made a comment which has created further panic in a panic-stricken environment. In my view, not necessary. He's a well-known tech billionaire and venture capitalist. He says IT and BPO services will completely disappear over the next 5 years. And then he says something as prophetic as all jobs will disappear in 50 years. Now, this is not an offhand remark. Vinod Khosla is the founder of Khosla Ventures, established 2004, deep investments in AI, sustainability, medicine, and other technologies. He was also an early backer of OpenAI, and he made a lot of money there. In other words, he's not a casual observer, he's deeply invested.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
The AI summit is on. The focus is even more on AI, and with this talk of AI boom, jobs going, Vinod Khosla has made a comment which has created further panic in a panic-stricken environment. In my view, not necessary. He's a well-known tech billionaire and venture capitalist. He says IT and BPO services will completely disappear over the next 5 years. And then he says something as prophetic as, all jobs will disappear in 50 years. Now, this is not an offhand remark. Vinod Khosla is the founder of Khosla Ventures, established 2004, deep investments in AI, sustainability, medicine, and other technologies. He was also an early backer of OpenAI, and he made a lot of money there. In other words, he's not a casual observer. He's deeply invested financially and ideologically in an AI-driven future. So it is possible that he's used overstatement to make a point that also suits his overall business interests. But you see, the atmosphere is already volatile. Just 5 days ago, TCS shares...
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी एमडीएच का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जीरा सिप
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है
अरे मेरे राजा
The AI summit is on. The focus is even more on AI, and with this talk of AI boom, jobs going, Vinod Khosla has made a comment which has created further panic in a panic-stricken environment. In my view, not necessary. He's a well-known tech billionaire and venture capitalist. He says IT and BPO services will completely disappear over the next 5 years. And then he says something as prophetic as, all jobs will disappear in 50 years. Now, this is not an offhand remark. Vinod Khosla is the founder of Khosla Ventures, established 2004, deep investments in AI, sustainability, medicine, and other technologies. He was also an early backer of OpenAI, and he made a lot of money there. In other words, he's not a casual observer. He's deeply invested financially and ideologically in an AI-driven future. So it is possible that he's used overstatement to make a point that also suits his overall business interests.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
एमडीएच की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला एमडीएच मसाला।
The AI summit is on. The focus is even more on AI, and with this talk of AI boom, jobs going, Vinod Khosla has made a comment which has created further panic in a panic-stricken environment. In my view, not necessary. He's a well-known tech billionaire and venture capitalist. He says IT and BPO services will completely disappear over the next 5 years. And then he says something as prophetic as, all jobs will disappear in 50 years. Now, this is not an offhand remark. Vinod Khosla is the founder of Khosla Ventures, established 2004, deep investments in AI, sustainability, medicine, and other technologies. He was also an early backer of OpenAI, and he made a lot of money there. In other words, he's not a casual observer. He's deeply invested financially and ideologically in an AI-driven future. So it is possible that he's used overstatement to make a point that also suits his overall business interests. But you see, the atmosphere is already volatile. Just 5 days ago, TCS shares fell to 5.5-year low. TCS just collapsed. And across India's IT corridors, there is a growing paranoia. Will automation hollow out all services? Will AI wipe out all jobs? Are entry-level jobs all at risk? So when a prominent AI investor like Khosla says that IT and BPO sector will disappear, it amplifies that panic. Khosla is a futurist. He's an attempted futurist. His job is to think in exponential curves. From his vantage point, radical transformation is profitable also. And that perspective naturally skews towards very aggressive forecasts. But to extrapolate that all IT BPO will vanish, all jobs will vanish eventually, is a maximalist. Vinod Khosla.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
There are questions that demand accountability. This is a network of the very, very powerful global elites, we would say, like Epstein, the pedophile, and Prince Andrew, now no longer Prince, who's arrested today on what we would call moral depravity. There's exploitation, secrecy, and conduct and misconduct that is now being the grounds for this arrest. But the biggest charge that is now Prince Andrew, no longer Prince, who'll have to now explain, is how this misconduct, being a trade envoy, can be explained to paper to the Thames Valley Police that picked him up today. That's our big top focus that we're going to track right here at the top of this hour. We'll also take a look at our top headlines right now as we are speaking. It's UK police arresting Andrew over sharing confidential information to Epstein. Bangladesh bars SpiceJet from using its airspace over dues. Airline says working for early resolution. Ahead of elections in Tamil Nadu, DMDK and the AIADMK and DMK confirm alliance. BJP says it's a wrong call. AI videos war between Congress and government. 9 AI-generated videos deleted by the government, claims Congress. Anil Ambani now files an affidavit in the top court, assures them he is not going to leave India without permission. Supreme Court issues a stern remark and warning regarding freebies. The Chief Justice states many state governments are distributing free schemes despite heavy debt and losses. And our top focus, the former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the former Prince King Charles' brother, has been arrested on Thursday morning. This is on suspicion of misconduct in public office. This comes after lots has been stated now of his connections with Jeffrey Epstein. The latest bit of information of the arrest that we've got, a grotesque abuse of power, a scandal that is steeped in moral depravity. And before I go across and give you elements of what happened is I'm going to tell our viewers what the police statement is released. They've arrested him today at 8 a.m. Allegedly, he sent confidential trade reports to Epstein in 2010. Epstein sent a woman to UK to meet Andrew. Misconduct in public office as the UK's trade envoy has been alleged. He's accused of misusing the public office. And Stammer has now stated, the Prime Minister of United Kingdom, on his arrest, that anybody with any information should testify. Everyone is equal under the law. Nobody is above it. It's very clear the UK police searches his address and they've arrested him from his Sandringham Estate in Norfolk. Cops arrived there and they show his arrest took place. Now, I'm going to continue giving you more details on this, but first I'm also going to go across to our guests who continue to be with us here. We have Marilyn Hawes, the founder and CEO of Freedom from Abuse. We also have James J. Marlowe, a senior journalist. James and Marilyn, I welcome you both today on the show. James, I need to ask you, you've been looking at this for a very long time. What are the inside details you've picked up of Andrew's misconduct?
Well, actually, I've been looking at this for the last 30 minutes because it only broke here in the UK about an hour ago. In fact, a lot of people are still trying to get their heads across this. And obviously, this is going to be a massive international story if it has not already occurred at this point. I got word of this just through a flash on my phone about 30 minutes ago. And then I received a number of telephone calls. It is quite extraordinary what has taken place, but perhaps it was inevitable because Prince Andrew, who is now, of course, known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. He was stripped of all of his titles, all of his ranks, even his home as well. That was done by his brother, the King, King Charles, because Charles realized that because Andrew had been found to have lied several years ago in a BBC interview, and his reputation was really rock bottom, King Charles and his son, William, they realized that the whole institution of the throne of Buckingham Palace, it goes back more than 1,000 years, that was actually in jeopardy. There would be people who'd be calling for question marks as to whether Britain should continue to be a royal, one of perhaps, if not the most famous royal family represented in the entire world. So he lost all of his ranks. He was moved out of his home. And yet we heard about an hour ago that Thames Valley Police, as you said, which is responsible for an area called Berkshire, which is west of London, and they drove up and they made some arrests. Now, they haven't actually named Andrew. They've actually said that a man in his 60s was arrested, but all the news networks here in the UK are saying that it's definitely Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. And incidentally, it's his 66th birthday today. So right now he's spending his 66th birthday in a police, we presume, a cell. If it's not a cell, then it's a question room. And he's answering questions over the allegation, and that is misconduct in public office as a prince and also as a trade envoy, and passing on perhaps, which is being alleged, passing on secrets to Jeffrey Epstein as to what potentially could happen in the markets, which is horrendous to do.
I think that's a very, very serious crime to let him know what's happening in the markets. I also have been seeing, James and Marilyn, that the FBI and the American prosecutors who were looking into this said that there was zero cooperation with him earlier when he was being probed in this case. That's Prince Andrew, when he was prince. But I'm also extremely shocked, and it's very disillusioning that he continued his ties with Epstein after those charges were unearthed against Epstein, the pedophile. And when it was known about his own association, he actually sent emails to him, like I was telling Marilyn earlier, that we'll continue to be in this together. It clearly shows the camaraderie, James, between these two.
Yep, and also what's very interesting is, from a royal family point of view, nothing has ever happened like this before. In fact, you have to go all the way back to the year 1554, when Elizabeth was arrested by her sister Mary. 1554. Since that time, there has been, I think Princess Anne was actually fined for her horses because they left some mess from the horses in a main street, but nothing along the lines of anything like this. So this is really devastating for the royal family. And of course, we don't expect the king is going to make any statement, because the king and the royal family don't make any types of statements like this. He will no doubt be speaking with the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. I presume that Mr. Starmer will be speaking to the public, as he's going to be asked lots of questions about this. But it's hugely embarrassing for Prince Charles. He did what he could. He stripped his brother of all of those ranks and all of his titles. He moved him out of his home. But he couldn't just kick him out on the streets. He's looking after his brother. But he just doesn't know what to do at this point, because it's a very embarrassing moment. And I have to also say as well, I heard a very interesting broadcast, which I want to play back yesterday. I've got to listen to it. I heard parts of it. And that was that the protection team, which was looking after Andrew when he was in the palace, it seems to be that young girls who were not on the list did come to the palace. And at one point, they had a protection police officer who called in on a radio station, and this was checked out. He was the protection officer at the time. And Firstly, Andrew was quite rude to them on a regular basis. So we hear as well from their points that Andrew was not a particularly nice guy. But secondly, the girls turned up. They were not on the list. They were told they couldn't come in. One of the girls actually picked up the telephone, her telephone, called directly to Andrew inside the palace. And Andrew reportedly said, "Put the guard on." So she passed the telephone over to the protection officer who was at the front of the palace. And he was told by Andrew that if you don't let them in right now, I'm going to come down and break your neck, or words to that effect. And there was some swear words in there. So they had no choice, and they just let these girls come in. So if this is true, I mean, this is a huge breach of protocol and the security system within Buckingham Palace, and it's pretty shocking.
I think this is also, like you said, a breach of ethics. And I also want to ask you then, James, before I go and ask my second question to Marilyn, what happens to the kind of secrecy and exploitation and the global alliance, I would say, of these global elites between Epstein and Andrew, when there was an exchange of, like you started off by saying, secrets that could have been known to him as the trade envoy?
We don't know exactly what these secrets were. There's a huge amount of speculation in the press. A lot of the royal pundits and commentators have been discussing this for several weeks. It's very difficult to determine exactly what was passed on, but clearly he obviously had no restrictions, Andrew I'm referring to, no ethics or morals, as you mentioned, and he liked Epstein very, very much. He was very close with him. They clearly spent a lot of time together, even though he said that he had no contact with him after he was firstly arrested and convicted as a paedophile. But he lied about that. He had the contact afterwards. And I can only imagine that the information that was passed on may have actually given Epstein some ideas about placing some bets on the stock market or with regard to bonds or something like that, or currencies, that he may possibly have made some money or maybe even lost some money. But it doesn't matter. What Andrew did as an official trade envoy on behalf of the British government, passing on something to a foreign, even though a friendly, United States, of course, an ally, but passing on personal, private, confidential information to a business person in New York just because he was a multi-billionaire and very influential. I mean, Epstein knew everyone, as Donald Trump has said. He knew everyone, and he wanted to know everyone, and everyone wanted to know him. They had no idea at this time of his background and what he was doing. But of course, Andrew has betrayed the United Kingdom. He's betrayed his own family. He's betrayed a huge amount of people, and I have no doubt that the police will be spending a great deal of time asking lots of questions, and they will be demanding answers, and so will the British public.
Yeah, and I want to ask you something that Marilyn had earlier said. This is a reputational fallout, yes, but an institutional fallout. With what you're saying, I can get that, James. Therefore, is this going to, or should this possibly be treated as treason?
Well, I don't think we should get ahead of ourselves at this point. I mean, as I said at the beginning, people are still getting their heads around the fact that the second son of the late Queen Elizabeth II has actually been arrested and is in police custody at this point. As I said, nothing like this has ever happened before, except in 1554, when Elizabeth had her sister Mary arrested. So, I mean, it's just taking time even for me to get my head around this, as I'm sure it would be for others. And they're just asking pundits and commentators, the news networks over here, is just for people to give explanation as to the background of this, how the king will be feeling, how his family will be feeling, how Prince William and his wife will be feeling about this. I mean, also, Andrew has got 2 daughters. How are they feeling about this? I mean, the humiliation against not just their family, but the entire royal family, and those people who've stood loyal. with the royal family, and indeed have said about Andrew, and I myself said this a few months ago, I said, you know what, this is before the latest emails came out, which were released. I said, he's lost his titles, he's lost his reputation, he must be feeling really, really bad, he's lost his home, you know what, just let him get on with the rest of his life, and let's... But since that time, of course, so much more has come out, and people want answers. And I think they have a right to have answers. And in addition to that, I think also as well, you get now going to be having pressure from the United States to bring, at least for Andrew, to testify as to what he knew about Epstein and his involvement with that.
Like you're saying, the Prime Minister of United Kingdom, his statement is also out that no one is above the law. Marilyn, I want to ask you this question. A few months ago, people said, let him get on with his life. Today, when so much is known about this network built on abuse of children and exploitation, what sort of punishment needs to be meted out to people like Andrew? Epstein, of course, took the easy way out by committing suicide.
I don't think he committed suicide. I'm absolutely convinced he didn't. I saw the other day that the guy that was involved in the post-mortem is now actually questioning it as well. It was very interesting, if he did commit suicide, that he actually knew that the CCTV cameras were switched off at that point. I really think he was taken out. I really do. Andrew has no moral compass. He's thrown everybody under a bus. And I do agree with James. I was in the middle of a business meeting when your program called me, and I just saw the thing come up. They went, oh my word. And James is right. I think pretty much everybody's winging it, actually, that's like trying to come on. And we're also grappling with it. And in your break, I was actually looking to see what it was that he was actually being arrested for, which is gross misconduct in public office. And that is absolutely appalling. And if you're in the royal family, if you're in a position that's like above most of the rest of us, there does come with that accountability and responsibility, and and a very strong thing of ethics, of which he is sadly lacking. And I think with King Charles, I have a feeling that he's maybe a little bit softer than Prince William. I think probably there was an enormous amount of pressure from Prince William, because at the end of the day, Prince William is going to be king, and he needs this to be in place and all the rest of it. So he's actually thrown the monarchy under a bus. And this story has got legs. It's going to run and run. It depends. I mean, for me, I am so passionate about the abuse of children and the wrongness of it I just think it is the ultimate sentence that should be meted on him. I mean, in America, they're horrendous, well, not horrendous, rightful, very, very high sentences for anyone that is a sex offender or a child abuser, a paedophile, and rightly so. But in our country, you get, yes, he got 15 years, but you know darn well he's going to come out in 9 or even less. With the guy that, abused my children, he should have gone down for far longer. And he came out because of good behaviour within 18 months, when he should have gone down for at least 5. You don't get that in America. So I absolutely would like to see him, like with Mandelson, have to go to Congress and actually be questioned. Attorneys over in America, everybody should. And everybody that was on those flights, the private jet flights, they all need to be questioned, as should the staff be. But as for what prison sentence or whatever, it depends on what the charges are. But they would be far heftier in America than they would be in England. I just think there is, as James rightly said, I can't remember another hour and a half that we've just gone through like this. It's extraordinary. And it is really quite difficult to comment on it, because we don't have any reference point apart from 1500 or something. So I just hope he has the book thrown on him. I know, because I've also read and was well aware of some time ago about the protection officers, how these girls were brought in, how he's an absolutely obnoxious prig to the people he employed. He would even have people when he was such a spoilt brat. That he even had people, I had teddy bears on his bed, and he couldn't pick them up and put them on his bed. As for saying that, He's living in a 5-bedroom house on his own. Why does he need anything so big? It's absolutely it's crazy. He's still in a way being protected, but I do feel for the royal family. I feel for any family that has had this meted on them, and of course they're globally known. How embarrassing and humiliating. I really feel for them. They're innocent. The rest of the family are innocent. It's one man and his obnoxious wife that have made these terribly wrong decisions. I mean, I just can't get my head around it, really. I mean, it is, I agree with James, it's extraordinary. And like he has been, my phone has been buzzing as well. And it's difficult to keep up with the story, really.
But this is still a grotesque abuse of power, James and Marilyn. I agree with you. It's a scandal that's steeped in moral depravity. It's a disturbing, yes. It's a disturbing.
That's the word, moral depravity. That is the word, moral depravity. Absolutely, at every level. He has no conscience. He has no accountability. He is a narcissistic, entitled, vile man.
And I think one of them...
So many of them surrounding Epstein were.
And Marilyn, I think one of them is a convicted sex offender. The other one, James, Virginia Roberts, had in fact alleged that she was trafficked by Epstein to his powerful friend. She'd also named Andrew. There was a settlement that took place of the lawsuit filed in 2021 and 2022. No one really knows what the amount was, that on the basis of which this undisclosed amount in which 2022 the settlement took place. But it's not just this one woman. There are email exchanges between Andrew and Epstein where he's been told by Epstein that I have a wonderful person I'd like you to meet. Andrew says, I'm in Geneva in Switzerland. He says, okay, I'll wait for you to come back. She's 26. He mentions the ethnicity of the girl, and then he says she's beautiful, trustworthy, and he mentioned something in the emails about how he's looking forward to it. So this was not just a one-off reaction. This was not just a one-off. It's a relationship that went on for a very long time. I think what really struck me, James, is the fact that even after he was convicted, he continued getting emails from Andrew, but Andrew continued to profess his support for him and saying, we are in this together.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I have no words to say. I mean, this is what the release of the files have said, have confirmed. Going forward at this point, I would suggest that the police are probably not going to come out in the foreseeable future and say that we've got Andrew and he has confessed to A, B, or C. I think there could be a statement 2, 3, 4 days' time. Maybe Andrew, if it is Andrew, and we're pretty sure that it's 100% it is Andrew, because don't forget the police have not actually officially named him. But he may be released to home arrest, wherever that's going to be, because, of course, he's in a temporary home at this point, or down to the King. And I should imagine, actually, from a political point of view here in the UK, that this is probably very convenient, of course, not arranged, but very convenient for the current British government, because the British government has been under horrendous pressure with so many U-turns and the cancellation of some elections coming up, and then the U-turn to put them back on again because of a possible court decision, which was supposed to be today, but they backed down. And the news has been so much focused on the Labour government and Sir Keir Starmer, and now all of a sudden it's dissolved. So I think there'll be some people at Downing Street who will be like clapping their hands and thinking, okay, now we've got a break. Let's get things together. Let's regroup and see whether we can do something in preparation for the election coming up on May the 7th. So that's one thing the government will be thinking about. Obviously, this is a time that everyone wants to start to put their thinking caps on and to see how they can either protect themselves or even move forward with their own specific careers, and in this particular case, the Labour Party just getting their act together. But Andrew, I should imagine that he may be released, and then the police will come back and have further questions for him, and then we wait to hear exactly what the United States will be saying. Congress and those people who are looking to go ahead and have him testify before one of the congressional meetings or council meetings, as we would say here in the UK, and he's naturally going to refuse that. He's going to be advised to refuse that. Maybe there will be a deal done by the cameras, to speak on the telephone or something along those lines. And the whole thing is a mess. I mean, it's just, we don't know where we're going from this. But I will just say one thing, and this is actually not a good time for this to occur because geographically around the world, this is a very tense and volatile time. We have problems with the United States and Iran, to put that mildly. You have problems with North Korea. Of course, we don't know exactly what's going to take place with China and Russia as well, the Ukrainian war. And now you've got almost every single international news network and news outfit going to be focusing on this. Whereas the bad guys in the world, and there might be a debate as to who is the bad guys, who are the bad guys, but the bad guys in the world will be getting on with what it is that they're doing, which will be very, very negative, going under the radar. And this is not good for the world, I have to tell you as well. Besides the royal family, besides Britain, besides, obviously, all of those people who are embarrassed about this, this is also a smokescreen for what's taking place globally, and it's a very dangerous time.
I completely agree. And yes, go ahead, Marilyn.
Can I also say to you, I agree with James, I agree, but unfortunately the police don't work that way, do they? If they've done enough, now, you know, you can't just go up and arrest somebody. It has to be run past the Crown Prosecution Service. Now, that's not easy. I mean, I know with all the things I'm involved with cases with child sex abuse, it really isn't easy to get cases through Crown Prosecution. But there was about 5 different people looking at it. So there has to be some pretty strong stuff for them to have made this action today. There has to be. It's not just about the police going, oh, let's go and arrest him. It has gone through Crown Prosecution. So there has to be evidence of significance for him to have been arrested today.
And Marilyn, I agree with you, and I'm also being told that the CPS is someone they consulted. James Marlowe, senior journalist, Marilyn Horst, founder and CEO of Freedom from Abuse, completely agree with a lot of points that have been made today. I thank you both for joining us on this. We're going to continue staying with this. One of the first times ever, like James was also telling us, that we're seeing someone from the royal family in prison. Andrew's been arrested. It's muck on the royal family, but also convicted sex offender Epstein and his alleged friend Andrew, who's now been arrested for misconduct of office charges. We have to see where it goes from here. Stay on with us as we continue with this story on Republic TV.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
The AI summit is on. The focus is even more on AI, and with this talk of AI boom, jobs going, Vinod Khosla has made a comment which has created further panic in a panic-stricken environment. In my view, not necessary. He's a well-known tech billionaire and venture capitalist. He says IT and BPO services will completely disappear over the next 5 years. And then he says something as prophetic as all jobs will disappear in 50 years. Now, this is not an offhand remark. Vinod Khosla is the founder of Khosla Ventures, established 2004, deep investments in AI, sustainability, medicine, and other technologies. He was also an early backer of OpenAI, and he made a lot of money there. In other words, he's not a casual observer. He's deeply invested financially and ideologically in an AI-driven future. So it is possible that he's used overstatement to make a point that also suits his overall business interests. But you see, the atmosphere is already volatile. Just 5 days ago, TCS shares fell to 5.5-year low. TCS just collapsed. And across India's IT corridors, there is a growing paranoia. Will automation hollow out all services? Will AI wipe out all jobs? Are entry-level jobs all at risk? So when a prominent AI investor like Khosla says that IT and BPO sector will disappear, it amplifies that panic. Khosla is a futurist. He's an
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The AI summit is on. The focus is even more on AI, and with this talk of AI boom, jobs going, Vinod Khosla has made a comment which has created further panic in a panic-stricken environment. In my view, not necessary. He's a well-known tech billionaire and venture capitalist. He says IT and BPO services will completely disappear over the next 5 years. And then he says something as prophetic as all jobs will disappear in 50 years. Now, this is not an offhand remark. Vinod Khosla is the founder of Khosla Ventures, established 2004, deep investments in AI, sustainability, medicine, and other technologies. He was also an early backer of OpenAI, and he made a lot of money there. In other words, he's not a casual observer. He's deeply invested financially and ideologically in an AI-driven future. So it is possible that he's used overstatement to make a point that also suits his overall business interests. But you see, the atmosphere is already volatile. Just 5 days ago, TCS shares fell to 5.5-year low. TCS just collapsed. And across India's IT corridors, there is a growing paranoia. Will automation hollow out all services? Will AI wipe out all jobs? Are entry-level jobs all at risk? So when a prominent AI investor like Khosla says that IT and BPO sector will disappear, it amplifies that panic. Khosla is a futurist. He's an attempted futurist. His job is to think in exponential curves. From his vantage point, radical transformation is profitable also. And that perspective naturally skews towards very aggressive forecasts. But to extrapolate that all IT BPO will vanish, all jobs will vanish eventually, is a maximalist Vinod Khosla kind of claim. Now, I believe in a little bit more of an Indian approach, a balanced approach. And earlier today, I spoke to the remarkable tech genius Sridhar Vembu, founder of Zoho Corporation, who we are very proud of.
Exposed in Epstein files, Andrew is arrested by the UK police for suspicion of misconduct in public office. UK PM Starmer issues a statement on Andrew's arrest, says nobody is above the law. Anil Ambani files affidavit in Supreme Court, assures the top court he's not leaving India without permission. Pakistan hockey team captain who exposed humiliation in Australia tour resigns. Bangladesh bars SpiceJet from using its airspace over dues. Airline says working for early resolution. Wanted in the murder of Hindu police in Bangladesh, accused Mehdi is arrested in Delhi while trying to transit to Europe. And ahead of the elections in Tamil Nadu, AIADMK and DMK confirm alliance. BJP says it's a wrong call. And we're going to go straight across to Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting French President Macron on the sidelines of AI India Summit. The AI Impact Summit, we're going to stay with those visuals. Those are the visuals that are coming in from the capital where Prime Minister Modi is meeting the French President. And we're getting those visuals right as we're going to give you more details about what's been happening. India's contribution has been spoken about earlier. We're also going to tell you details about how the Prime Minister had also had this informal meeting with Macron earlier. There was a very clear, powerful agenda. And the Prime Minister Modi met him earlier. He'd also spoken with him. We also saw how the French president had spoken earlier. World leaders were seen earlier at the pavilion, also at the AI Impact. We're also first going to show you this reaction that had come in from French President Emmanuel Macron, who shared an AI-generated post on X featuring himself along with Prime Minister Modi, highlighting the growth tech partnership between the two nations.
Mr. Prime Minister, dear Narendra Modi, Head of State and Government, Ministers, Ambassadors, CEOs, ladies and gentlemen, Namaste. Thank you very much for welcoming us in this magnificent city, in this magnificent country. And it's great to be back after my 2024 state visit for this Artificial Intelligence Impact Summit hosted by you, Mr. Prime Minister. And I want to start with a story. 10 years ago, a street vendor in Mumbai could not open a bank account. No address, no papers, no access. And today, the same vendor accepts payments on his phone, instantly. Instantly, for free, from anyone in the country. That is not just a tech story. That is a civilization story. And India built something that no other country in the world has built, a digital identity for 1.4 billion people. A payment system that now processes 20 billion transactions every month. A health infrastructure that has issued 500 million digital health IDs. Here are the results. They call it the India Stack. Open, interoperable, sovereign. That difference is what this summit is about. We are clearly at the beginning of a huge acceleration, and you perfectly described it during your interventions. But let me just recap during 1 year what happened. Last year, when France and India co-hosted the AI Action Summit in Paris, we set a global guiding principle for a technology that would transform our societies and our economies. We said then artificial intelligence will be an enabler for our humanity, to innovate faster, to disrupt healthcare, energy, mobility, agriculture, public services, for the good of mankind. Both of us, we do believe in this revolution. 1 year ago, the landscape started to shift. The US announced Stargate, China launched DeepSeek. AI has become a major field of strategic competition, and big tech got even bigger. And a lot of them are in this room and still accelerated during the last year. AI, GPU, chip tensions are now directly translated in geopolitical and macroeconomic terms. Sometimes for the best, sometimes for the worst, I have to say. But clearly 1 year ago, we demonstrated something else. Hegemony from any quarter is not a fatality. There is a path for innovation, independence, and strategic autonomy. And this path, I'm convinced, is one of the countries like France and India must take together. And we've already achieved a lot. If we speak about models, you perfectly described the acceleration and the diversity of this model. India made a deliberate sovereign choice. SML, small language models. Task-specific, designed to run on a smartphone. And India built the first government-funded AI and deployed 38,000 GPUs at the cheapest rates to every startup in the country, as you perfectly described, Mr. Minister. We took a complementary path. We invested in European large language models, Mistral, founded in Paris a little bit more than 2 years ago. is now valued at 12 billion euro, backed by Dutch leader SML, German SAP, and French CMS AGM, serving over hundreds of major clients all over the place in Europe and elsewhere. They announced last week a new investment in data center in Sweden and a new acquisition of Koyeb, building an actual European AI cloud. India chose granular and smart, and Europe chose sovereign and scaled. But both chose independence, and both were right. And this is as well the cooperation with LLMs coming from the US, and through cooperation, but cooperation based on mutual respect and independence, which could pave the way for progress. After the model of the infrastructure, you just described all the infrastructure made by a lot of large companies in India, and all of us who are building new infrastructure, computing capacity. 1 year ago in Paris, we announced $109 billion in AI investments, and we are delivering this project with a lot of data centers, 58 billion euro in 2025, powered by our decarbonated nuclear energy. With a great asset, and this is very important indeed, to have low carbon and available energy. Last year, France exported 90 terawatt-hours of.
And there's breaking news coming in. The French President Emmanuel Macron's statement on Rafale on the sidelines of AI Summit is there. He says both France and India want to expand on Rafale and to co-produce. Make in India will be core in this new command. He says we don't just have strategic partnership with India, we have a special global strategic partnership which is unique both for India and France. The French President Emmanuel Macron also goes on to speak about Rafale makes it stronger. It makes India stronger, he says. What we want to do is expand. He says, so India has confirmed a few days ago its willingness to command a new bunch of Rafale, one of the 14, and to co-produce. So the Make in India will be core in the new command. These are big words coming in from the French president, who says that India is going to co-produce the Rafale. And he says on top of that, what we want to do is improve the cooperation in maintenance capacities in terms of diversification of approach and to be much more, I would say, in sort of a mutual agreement cooperation. This is the big breaking news coming in on the Rafale jet deal with India. He says it's a new step forward, clearly consolidating the existing one. And therefore, he says Rafale is absolute key. I hope we will do the same on submarines. Let's first listen in to what the French president has stated.
We are always increasing indigenous components. It's part of the dialogue between the company and your government. And I mean, I don't see how people can criticize, because it makes your country stronger, it increases the strategic relation between us, and it creates more jobs here. And so, very clearly, we are extremely, I would say, committed to having a maximum number of Indian components and manufacturing a maximum number of critical devices in India. This is exactly the rationale under the Tata Airbus deal. So we will do the same for the Rafale. You can count on us. As for the free speech, I saw a lot of people just quoting a small part of what I saw, what I said. My point was just to say, I do believe in free speech. But what does it mean? Free speech means I will listen to you, you will listen to me. And we are in an equal relationship. A lot of people defending free speech do it based on algorithm without any transparency, with a lot of bias and with their own political agenda. It's not free speech. And when people clearly help hatred speech, racist speech, to be spread all around the place, it's not about free speech. It's a jungle. So I really believe in free speech based on respect and transparency, because this is a free speech in democracy. And as for the bilateral relationship, I really believe it's at the highest point. And we want to do much more again because it's based on our relations. This is why I invited Prime Minister Modi in state visit in June in France, and he will come and he will be the special guest of our G7 as the president of the BRICS. And I will come back next year. Yes, we agreed.
And that's where we're getting Rafale makes India stronger. That's a big statement coming in from the French president. He's also said, let it be clear. All right, so that's the big news coming in from the French president. The big news coming in. And I'm also going to tell our viewers, one of the first times ever that we're seeing royalty in the United Kingdom make statements. It's not known that the Buckingham Palace issues statements, but for the very first time, one of the rare times I would say, King Charles has made a statement. He has said there is deep concern, law must take its course. This after Andrew's arrest, the King has issued a statement after the arrest of his brother Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and said law must take its course. He's also said the full statement, and I'm going to tell our viewers, a statement after the arrest of his brother, the King Charles, the King of United Kingdom, makes a statement where he says, I have learned with the deepest concern about the news of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and suspicion of misconduct in public office. We're going to put out the pictures of King Charles and Andrew and others. What now follows is the full, fair and proper process by which the issue is investigated in the appropriate manner by the appropriate authorities. In this, as I have said before, they have our full and wholehearted support and cooperation. Statement coming from Buckingham Palace. Let me state clearly, the law must take its course as the process continues. It would not be right for me to comment further. Meanwhile, my family and I will continue in our duty and service to you all. This is the first time we're getting Buckingham Palace on Andrew and the Epstein files, where statement from King Charles coming where he says law will take its course. A full, fair and proper process of investigation has begun. Our wholehearted support and cooperation is there, and law will take its course. I think extremely detailed that full statement is coming on Andrew's arrest today, which was taking place with the Crown Prosecution Service. Misconduct of public office is the charge that Andrew at 66 is facing. We've also picked up details from others about the charges that Andrew has been arrested for, and all this coming after the Epstein files were unearthed. His connections with Epstein. The UK police arrested former Prince Andrew, now known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, on his 66th birthday. This is with allegations of misconduct in public office related to his friendship with paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. The police searched his estates, after which they found more documents and revelations of his involvement. Now, the charges against him were on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Earlier, we saw that the Buckingham Palace had made a statement. We're now getting the second statement from King Charles, who's issued a statement after the arrest of his brother. And let's also tell our viewers that Andrew, who was a prince earlier, has now been stripped of all his royal duties, as well as been stripped of all his royal words. So he's no longer a prince, he's been disbarred, he's no longer a member of any military establishment or any honors there. Now Prince King Charles has made the statement that law will take its course. The UK police opens the investigation on Andrew. They picked him up today morning at 8 a.m. He was keeping it quiet for some time, but I think the emails, the allegations by the women, the scandal, the global elites, and what they were trying to get away with was a bit too much. We also heard earlier the statement coming in from the UK Prime Minister Starmer, who said that anyone and everyone and no one will be seen as to being above the law. The UK police opened its investigations. They also spoke with the CPS as the Crown Prosecution Service. It clearly indicates that they have some details with them. But today now, viewers, we're giving out that full statement coming from Buckingham Palace and King Charles, who said that these are details that are coming in. Deepest concern is there about the news of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and suspicion of misconduct in public office. So we'll tell you, viewers, it's an acknowledgement about what's happening. Even as the police is not naming whom they've actually spoken against, we're seeing an acknowledgement coming in from King Charles now about the concern about his suspicion of misconduct in public office. He's now saying that investigation will happen in this, and it should be happening by the authorities. He's also said we'll be cooperating with the authorities. Law will take its course, and our family and I will continue in the discharge of our duties. It's the words that are coming now. Remember, viewers, we've stated since the longest time that the ex-UK prince who's been arrested amidst Jeffrey Epstein scandal should have possibly stepped down earlier once those charges came to light. Now, he's been arrested at Norfolk. Searches were conducted at Sandringham Estate and in Berkshire. This was an intensified scrutiny after the Epstein files and stripping of his royal titles in 2025. The Buckingham Palace, King Charles had distanced themselves from the brother. But today, UK police arrested him now, known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, on his 66th birthday regarding these allegations of misconduct. And now the statement from King Charles is also out, where he, as the king, has given out a statement. And this is the United Kingdom. You know, they're known for their stiff upper lip. The king does not speak up on all allegations. There is no statement coming in from Buckingham Palace on otherwise issues. But this is an exploitation, a depravity that has been seen. This is an issue that has been seen that has quite possibly caused tremors even in the royalty, which has now led King Charles to have made the statement saying law will take its own course. Moving on from the United Kingdom and to that investigation, we tell you what Emmanuel Macron has said in the statement, viewers, that he's issued. He's now in India on Rafale, on the sidelines of the AI summit, where he says both France and India want to expand on Rafale and to co-produce. The Make in India will be core in this new command. This is a new word that we're getting on the Rafale, where there will be manufacturing in India. He also says we don't just have strategic partnership, we have a special global strategic partnership. Very unique words coming in on the partnership between India and France from the French president, who says that Rafale is going to be co-produced, so the Make in India will be core in the new command. Let's listen in to what the French president has said on making Rafale boost to India and making India stronger with Rafale.
We have a special global strategic partnership, which is unique, both for India and France. On Rafale, what we want to do is to expand. So India confirmed few days ago its willingness to indeed command a new bunch of Rafale, 114, and to co-produce. So the Make in India will be core in this new command. And on top of that, what we want to do is to improve the cooperation in maintenance capacities, in terms of diversification of approach, and to be much more, I would say, in a sort of mutual agreement cooperation. So it's a new step forward, clearly consolidating the existing one and going further. So Rafale is absolutely key. I hope we will do the same on submarines. We offered additional capacities. And we are doing it as well on the engines and on helicopters, by the way, between Tata and Airbus. So clearly the cooperation is improving, and we are building a new area of cooperation. Dialogue between the company and your government. And I don't see how people can criticize, because it makes your country stronger, it increases the strategic relation between us, and it creates more jobs here. And so very clearly we are extremely I would say committed to having a maximum number of Indian components and manufacturing a maximum number of critical device in India. This is exactly the rationale under the Tata Airbus deal. So we will do the same for the Rafale. You can count on us. As for the free speech, I saw a lot of people just quoting a small part of what I said. My point was just to say, I do believe in free speech. But what does it mean? Free speech means I will listen to you, you will listen to me. And we are in an equal relationship. A lot of people defending free speech do it based on algorithm without any transparency, with a lot of bias and with their own political agenda. It's not free speech. And when people clearly help hatred speech, racist speech, to be spread all around the place. It's not about free speech. It's a jungle. So I really believe in free speech based on respect and transparency, because this is the free speech in democracy. And as for the bilateral relationship, I really believe it's at the highest point. And we want to do much more again, because it's based on our relations. This is why I invited Prime Minister Modi in state visit in June in France, and he will come, and he will be the special guest of our G7 as the president of the BRICS, and I will come back next year.
That's wonderful news for India. Moving on to the other top focus news coming in from the United Kingdom. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been arrested by the UK police on suspicion of misconduct in public office today. The arrest of the former prince on his 66th birthday stems from allegations of his shared confidential government information with convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein during his time as the British trade envoy. The story is developing, but here's what we've known so far on this exploitation and moral depravity saga that we've been looking at.
Former UK royal Andrew Mountbatten Windsor was arrested by UK police on suspicion of misconduct in public office. This marks a dramatic escalation in long-running scrutiny over his past ties to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Thames Valley Police confirmed the arrest early this morning at Wood Farm on the Sandringham Estate in Norfolk. Officers arrived in unmarked cars shortly after 8 a.m. local time. They said a man in his 60s from Norfolk was taken into custody. He remains there as searches continue at estates in Berkshire and Norfolk. The charge centers on allegations that during his time as a UK trade envoy, he improperly shared sensitive or confidential government information with Jeffrey Epstein. In the past, Andrew has faced intense public and legal pressure, following which he lost his military titles and public royal duties in 2025. Responding first to the development, UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer said that no one is above the law.
If you knew someone was a paedophile, which he did because he knew he'd been arrested, then you just ghost them. You write them out of your life. You don't get on a plane to New York to actually walk around Central Park and explain why you can no longer see him. It's absolute rubbish. I mean, all right, the 26-year-old person was not underage, but if she had been trafficked and groomed to do this, then that's also wrong. I mean, it's just so sordid and disgusting. The whole thing is utterly grubby, and I think it's good to see him be arrested. That it doesn't matter what position you had or have, you're not above the law.
While official statements are awaited from the police, this marks a fresh turn in the Epstein files investigation.
US has issued another warning to Iran. The White House has stated that diplomacy remains their first option before considering military action against Iran over the nuclear deal. While White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt has also warned it would be wise for Iran to reach an agreement with Washington soon. Take a look at the latest developments.
The White House has warned Tehran to be wise. Tensions are escalating once again between the United States and Iran. Iran has been warned. Strike a deal with President Donald Trump or face possible consequences. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Iran should move forward with negotiations, even as President Trump hinted at potential military action.
The president has always been very clear, though, with respect to Iran or any country around the world, diplomacy is always his first option, and Iran would be very wise to make a deal with President Trump and with this administration. He's talking to many people, of course, his national security team, first and foremost.
The renewed tensions come even as indirect talks between Washington and Tehran have resumed. The negotiations, mediated by Oman, recently entered a second round in Geneva. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says Tehran is drafting a framework for future discussions and has agreed on certain guiding principles. However, US Vice President J.D. Vance says Iran has yet to acknowledge all of Washington's red lines. Meanwhile, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has insisted that Tehran does not want war. However, he has also made it clear that Iran will not bow to what it calls humiliating demands from Washington. Meanwhile, military activity is increasing on both sides. The United States has deployed a second aircraft carrier to the region. At the same time, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has begun war games in the Strait of Hormuz, a critical global oil transit route.
And coming up after a short break, we get you details of Anil Ambani filing an affidavit in Supreme Court, assuring the Supreme Court he's not leaving in India without permission from the top court.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
The AI summit is on. The focus is even more on AI, and with this talk of AI boom, jobs going, Vinod Khosla has made a comment which has created further panic in a...
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
The AI summit is on. The focus is even more on AI, and with this talk of AI boom, jobs going, Vinod Khosla has made a comment which has created further panic in a panic-stricken environment. In my view, not necessary. He's a well-known tech billionaire and venture capitalist. He says IT and BPO services will completely disappear over the next 5 years. And then he says something as prophetic as all jobs will disappear in 50 years. Now, this is not an offhand remark. Vinod Khosla is the founder of Khosla Ventures, established 2004, deep investments in AI, sustainability, medicine, and other technologies. He was also an early backer of OpenAI, and he made a lot of money there. In other words, he's not a casual observer. He's deeply invested financially and ideologically in an AI-driven future. So it is possible that he's used overstatement to make a point that also suits his overall business interests. But you see, the atmosphere is already volatile. Just 5 days ago, TCS shares fell to 5.5-year low. TCS just collapsed. And across...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good evening. You're watching 6 Stories at 6. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. We saw a lot of developments today. A short while back, in a big unprecedented arrest, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been arrested by the UK police on suspicion of misconduct in public office. The arrest on his 66th birthday stems from allegations he shared confidential government information with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein during his time as a British trade envoy. Latest coming in, the British monarch King Charles has issued a statement on the arrest saying law will take its own course. Here's what we know so far.
Former UK royal Andrew Mountbatten Windsor was arrested by UK police on suspicion of misconduct in public office. This marks a dramatic escalation in long-running scrutiny over his past ties to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Thames Valley Police confirmed the arrest early this morning at Wood Farm on the Sandringham Estate in Norfolk. Officers arrived in unmarked cars shortly after 8 a.m. local time. They said a man in his 60s from Norfolk was taken into custody. He remains there as searches continue at estates in Berkshire and Norfolk. The charge centers on allegations that during his time as a UK trade envoy, he improperly shared sensitive or confidential government information with Jeffrey Epstein. In the past, Andrew has faced intense public and legal pressure, following which he lost his military titles and public royal duties in 2025. Responding first to the development, UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer said that no one is above the law.
If you knew someone was a paedophile, which he did because he knew he'd been arrested, then you just ghost them. You write them out of your life. You don't get on a plane to New York to actually walk around Central Park and explain why you can no longer see him. It's absolute rubbish. I mean, all right, the 26-year-old person was not underage, but if she had been trafficked and groomed to do this, then that's also wrong. I mean, it's just so sordid and disgusting. The whole thing is utterly grubby, and I think it's good to see him be arrested. That it doesn't matter what position you had or have, you know, you're not above the law.
While official statements are awaited from the police, this marks a fresh turn in the Epstein files investigation.
And the other big story are the highlights from the AI Impact Summit. Prime Minister Modi delivered a landmark address at the India AI Impact Summit after inaugurating the mega global event at Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi. Prime Minister Modi highlighted that India is home to the world's largest youth population, the biggest tech talent pool, and a thriving tech-enabled ecosystem. He stressed that while AI must be given an open sky to innovate, its command must always remain in human hands. Here's the latest.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi delivered a historic address at the India AI Impact Summit alongside world leaders and tech giants. Prime Minister Modi inaugurated the India AI Impact Summit 2026 at the Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi today. Addressing the gathering on the occasion, Prime Minister Modi remarked that the world's largest and historic AI Impact Summit is being held in India. The Prime Minister presented India's roadmap for building responsible and inclusive artificial intelligence. He praised the youth for their enthusiasm towards embracing AI.
यहाँ AI समिट की एग्जीबिशन को लेकर भी बहुत उत्साह रहा है। खासकर यंग टैलेंट बहुत बड़ी संख्या में आया है। वो इस फील्ड में मेड इन इंडिया की ताकत और भारत की इनोवेटिव कैपेबिलिटीज का बहुत बड़ा उदाहरण है।
He clearly remarked that India's vision for AI is reflected in the theme of the summit, Sarvajan Hitaya, Sarvajan Sukhaya, welfare for all, happiness for all.
भारत एआई को किस दृष्टि से देखता है, उसका स्पष्ट प्रतिबिंब इस समिट की थीम में है। सर्वजन हिताय, सर्वजन सुखाय, वेलफेयर फॉर ऑल, happiness of all.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi also presented the Manav vision for AI.
AI के लिए MANAV मानव विजन प्रस्तुत करता हूं। यानी AI एथिकल गाइडेंस पर आधारित हो, अकाउंटेबल गवर्नेंस यानी ट्रांसपेरेंट रूल्स, रोबस्ट ओवरसाइट, एंड नेशनल सॉवरेनिटी यानी जिसका डेटा उसका अधिकार।
He stressed that AI must be democratized so that humans are not reduced to mere raw material.
AI के लिए इंसान सिर्फ डेटा पॉइंट न बन जाए, इंसान सिर्फ रॉ मटेरियल तक सीमित न रह जाए, इसलिए एआई को डेमोक्रेटाइज करना होगा।
Prime Minister Modi further stated that AI must be given an open sky while command must remain in human hands.
कुछ देश और कंपनियां मानती है कि एआई एक स्ट्रैटेजिक एसेट है, इसलिए इसे कॉन्फिडेंशियल तरीके से डेवलप किया जाना चाहिए। लेकिन भारत की सोच अलग है। हम मानते हैं कि एआई जैसी तकनीक तभी दुनिया के लिए लाभकारी होगी जब उसे शेयर किया जाएगा, जब कोड ओपन होंगे और शेयर किए जाएंगे।
The Prime Minister also pledged to develop AI as a global common good.
मिलियंस ऑफ यंग माइंड्स उन्हें बेहतर और सुरक्षित बना पाएंगे। इसलिए आइए हम ये संकल्प लें कि एआई को ग्लोबल कॉमन गुड के रूप में विकसित किया जाएगा।
Meanwhile, French President Emmanuel Macron praised India's UPI, citing 20 billion transactions a month processed in India. He said that India built something that no other nation managed to achieve.
India made a deliberate sovereign choice. SML, small language models. Task-specific, designed to run on a smartphone. And India built the first government-funded AI and deployed 38,000 GPUs at the cheapest rates to every startup in the country, as you perfectly described, Mr. Minister.
Speaking at the India AI Summit 2026 in New Delhi, French President Emmanuel Macron highlighted how technology has transformed everyday life for ordinary Indians.
10 years ago, a street vendor in Mumbai could not open a bank account. No address, no papers, no access. And today, the same vendor accepts payments on his phone, instantly. Instantly, for free, from anyone in the country. That is not just a tech story. That is a civilization story.
This is not the first time that Macron has praised UPI. During his 2024 state visit to India, he was impressed with the system when Prime Minister Modi paid the bill through his phone at a local shop in Jaipur. Towards the conclusion, Prime Minister Modi emphasized that India's vision towards AI is quite clear, saying that it's a shared goal for inclusivity and innovation.
The AI Impact Summit has spotlighted India's growing leadership in the field of AI. Now, this summit, viewers, saw the biggest tech leaders, innovators and policy makers converge here in the national capital. Take a look at this report as we tell you about the biggest pioneers at the biggest AI summit.
At the AI Impact Summit India 2026, Reliance Industries Chairman Mukesh Ambani shared a positive note on artificial intelligence. He expressed optimism about India's potential.
Responsibility, security, data residency and trust as Geo's core guarantees, not afterthought. Fourth, we will prove that AI does not take away jobs. Rather, it will create new high-skill work opportunities. And fifth, the AI story has shifted from who has the best model to who can build the strongest ecosystem for speed and scale of usage.
He stated that AI is the mantra that powers every yantra or every machine and system to work faster.
Responsibility, security, data residency and trust as Geo's core guarantees, not afterthought. Fourth, we will prove that AI does not take away jobs. Rather, it will create new high-skill work opportunities. And fifth, the AI story has shifted from who has the best model to who can build the strongest ecosystem for speed and scale of usage.
CEO of Google and Alphabet Sundar Pichai also joined the AI versus jobs debate and stated that new careers will open up with the global AI boom.
Bangladesh has barred SpiceJet from using its airspace over pending navigation fee payments. The flights from Kolkata to northeastern cities like Guwahati and Imphal are now taking longer routes. SpiceJet says it is in regular dialogue with authorities and is working towards an early resolution with operations continuing as usual. Here's the story so far.
Bangladesh has taken action against SpiceJet, barring its flights from using Bangladeshi airspace over pending payments. The decision was announced after SpiceJet reportedly failed to clear outstanding air navigation charges, the fees airlines pay for crossing a country's airspace. As a result, SpiceJet flights, particularly services from Kolkata to northeastern destinations like Guwahati and Imphal, are now being rerouted along longer paths that avoid Bangladeshi skies. Industry sources suggest SpiceJet has defaulted on navigation charge payments for more than 6 months, prompting Bangladesh's Civil Aviation Authority to suspend its overflight permissions.
Bangladesh authorities today morning have barred budget carrier SpiceJet from using its airspace, citing non-payment of overdue bills. And to this, SpiceJet today morning have responded that the operations remains unaffected and the carrier is trying to resolve the issue as early as possible. But to all the viewers that from most of the eastern and northeastern part of the country which majorly uses Spice, which majorly uses Bangladesh airspace, the passengers there have responded by stating that most of the SpiceJet carrier have either been postponed or have been cancelled for the date today.
Responding to queries, SpiceJet spokesperson said that discussions with Bangladeshi authorities are ongoing and described the matter as a routine industry issue. For now, SpiceJet has said that it is working towards an early resolution as its aircraft continue to operate around Bangladeshi airspace.
A Bangladeshi student activist who was wanted in his country for killing a Hindu police officer last year was apprehended at the Indira Gandhi International Airport. This is the latest coming in because this man has been identified as Ahmad, who was intercepted by immigration authorities when he was attempting to board a flight because he was fleeing to Europe. Mehdi is a resident of Habibganj in Bangladesh. He's facing charges in connection with the murder of a sub-inspector, Santosh Chaudhary, on 2024, August 5th. Here's more as we keep getting you the latest.
Caught mid-escape. Reportedly, a Bangladeshi self-styled activist, Ahmed Raza Hassan Mehdi, wanted for killing a Hindu cop, was arrested at Delhi airport today. Immigration officials at Indira Gandhi International Airport intercepted Bangladeshi national Mehdi as he attempted to transit through Delhi to Europe. Mehdi is wanted in Bangladesh for the murder of Hindu sub-inspector Santosh Chaudhary, killed on August 5, 2024. This was during the nationwide movement that led to a regime change in Bangladesh. Santosh Chaudhary was deployed on riot control duty when he was allegedly targeted and killed. What followed was mayhem and chaos. Violence, arson and looting were reported, and Hindus were attacked and killed, and their places of worship were desecrated. As per Bangladeshi media, confirming his identity, Indian authorities swiftly deported him back to Bangladesh. As atrocities against Hindu minorities in Bangladesh remain a topic of discussion, the case now underscores a larger question: that did last year's political churn in Bangladesh unleash targeted violence, leaving minorities all the more in the line of fire?
It's a stunning political twist ahead of the Tamil Nadu elections. The DMDK has broken ranks with its longtime ally AIADMK and joined hands with the ruling DMK. The BJP has hit out at this unexpected alliance. Here's a full story.
It is a political stunner. DMDK has dumped its 15-year ally AIADMK and joined hands with ruling DMK ahead of the 2026 Tamil Nadu polls.
Making the official announcement, DMDK leader Premlata Vijayakant has now officially stated that she's joining the DMK alliance, going away from the NDA alliance and declaring that the AIADMK is not along with them. And she's made it very clear that it was rumors that the AIADMK was to come along with them. And she also made it very clear that she's going to be standing in 7 seats in MLA for the state assembly, and also occupying for 1 Rajya Sabha seat, which is in the upcoming days, is what the DMDK has formed an alliance with the DMK. And today the major announcement was made by Premlata Vijayakant, the DMDK leader, and stated that it was her not just alone her choice, but the party's collective choice.
Premlata Vijayakant met MK Stalin this morning and sealed the deal.
All our DMDK district secretaries and the cadres liked this time we have to go alliance with DMK. Only that is the main reason I decided to go with DMK, because you all know every day you're all coming here. They voted their opinion. That opinion poll, once I opened and saw, everyone wrote that everyone we have to go DMK this time alliance.
She also dismissed actor Vijay's TVK ambitions sharply. BJP has questioned the party's call.
Yeah, the legacy of Vijayakant they have led on. The party, their own family has led on. That is really a sad state of affairs. And Mr. Vijayakant, till he was alive, he was with BJP very clearly. So it is not right. And also we have to see what Premlata Vijayakant have been talking about this government in the last 4 years. So in spite of that, joining with DMK means they don't bother for the welfare of the state and welfare of the Tamil people, and they are selfish only to get few seats and power. That's all.
This dramatic switch hands MK Stalin a powerful pre-poll edge and cracks open the opposition camp wide. Seat negotiations now begin in Tamil Nadu's high-stakes battle.
And those are the top stories at 6. But next, we will go live and breaking with much more. Stay tuned.
Amity has one of India's most advanced supercomputing facilities for AI research and teaching. Equipped with world-class facilities, the center drives interdisciplinary research and industry-academia collaboration, preparing students for disruptive AI technologies. Committed to India's global tech leap, Amity is proud to be the knowledge partner at India AI Impact Summit.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The AI summit is on. The focus is even more on AI, and with this talk of AI boom, jobs going, Vinod Khosla has made a comment which has created further panic in a panic-stricken environment. In my view, not necessary. He's a well-known tech billionaire and venture capitalist. He says IT and BPO services will completely disappear over the next 5 years. And then he says something as prophetic as, all jobs will disappear in 50 years. Now, this is not an offhand remark. Vinod Khosla is the founder of Khosla Ventures, established 2004, deep investments in AI, sustainability, medicine, and other technologies. He was also an early backer of OpenAI, and he made a lot of money there. In other words, he's not a casual observer. He's deeply invested financially and ideologically in an AI-driven future. So it is possible that he's used overstatement to make a point that also suits his overall business interests. But you see, the atmosphere is already volatile. Just 5 days ago, TCS shares fell to 5.5-year low. TCS just collapsed. And across India's IT corridors, there is a growing paranoia. Will automation hollow out all services? Will AI wipe out all jobs? Are entry-level jobs all at risk? So when a prominent AI investor like Khosla says that IT and BPO sector will disappear, it amplifies that panic. Khosla is a futurist. He's an attempted futurist. His job is to think in exponential curves. From his vantage point, radical transformation is profitable also. And that perspective naturally skews towards very aggressive forecasts. But to extrapolate that all IT, BPO will vanish, all jobs will vanish eventually, is a maximalist Vinod Khosla kind of claim. Now, I believe in a little bit more of an Indian approach, a balanced approach. And earlier today, I spoke to the remarkable tech genius Sridhar Vembu, founder of Zoho Corporation, who we are very proud of, who offered a more grounded view. He acknowledged disruption, and I'm going to be playing out this. He acknowledged disruption, but he emphasized more on adaptation. Now, Sridhar Vembu is the founder of Zoho, homegrown company, hundreds of millions of customers, CRM, finance, workplace tools, all increasingly powered by AI. He was humble enough to say that history is witness to the fact that when a new technology disrupts the job market, many other jobs are also created. So he doesn't take a typical VC, private equity, maximalist, hyper Vinod Khosla kind of approach. He is humble enough to say that he said being a little behind does not mean that we are behind. It actually means that we will get better. And he cited, of course, Sarvam AI as an example of what a moderately sized Indian AI firm can do with scaling up. Personally, I would go, and I think it is better to go with a Sridhar Vembu than a Khosla approach, because if history is any guide, evolution and not...
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
The AI summit is on. The focus is even more on AI, and with this talk of AI boom, jobs going, Vinod Khosla has made a comment which has created further panic in a panic-stricken environment. In my view, not necessary. He's a well-known tech billionaire and venture capitalist. He says IT and BPO services will completely disappear over the next 5 years. And then he says something as prophetic as all jobs will disappear in 50 years. Now, this is not an offhand remark. Vinod Khosla is the founder of Khosla Ventures, established 2004, deep investments in AI, sustainability, medicine, and other technologies. He was also an early backer of OpenAI, and he made a lot of money there. In other words, he's not a casual observer. He's deeply invested financially and ideologically in an AI-driven future. So it is possible that he's used overstatement to make a point that also suits his overall business interests. But you see, the atmosphere is already volatile. Just 5 days ago, TCS shares fell to 5.5-year low. TCS just collapsed. And across India's IT corridors, there is a growing paranoia. Will automation hollow out all services? Will AI wipe out all jobs? Are entry-level jobs all at risk? So when a prominent AI investor like Khosla says that IT and BPO sector will disappear, it amplifies that panic. Khosla is a futurist. He's an attempted futurist. His job is to think in exponential curves. From his vantage point, radical transformation is profitable also. And that perspective naturally skews towards very aggressive forecasts. But to extrapolate that all IT, BPO will vanish, all jobs will vanish eventually, is a maximalist Vinod Khosla kind of claim. Now, I believe in a little bit more of an Indian approach, a balanced approach. And earlier today, I spoke to the remarkable tech genius Sridhar Vembu, founder of Zoho Corporation, who we are very proud of, who offered a more grounded view. He acknowledged disruption, and I'm going to be playing out this. He acknowledged disruption, but he emphasized more on adaptation. Now, Sridhar Vembu is the founder of Zoho, homegrown company, hundreds of millions of customers, CRM, finance, workplace tools, all increasingly powered by AI. He was humble enough to say that history is witness to the fact that when a new technology disrupts the job market, many other jobs are also created. So he doesn't take a typical VC, private equity, maximalist, hyper Vinod Khosla kind of approach. He is humble enough to say that he said being a little behind does not mean that we are behind. It actually means that we will get better. And he cited, of course, Sarvam AI as an example of what a moderately sized Indian AI.
Rahul Gandhi has stated, and he has clearly said that you have indicated that you made to wait and got delayed instructions from the Defence Minister and Prime Minister in critical hours of the Galwan clash. Is it true, or you have been mistaken?
Top headlines: exposed in Epstein files, Andrew arrested by UK police for suspicion of misconduct in public office. UK PM Starmer issues statement on Andrew's arrest and says nobody is above the law. Anil Ambani files affidavit in Supreme Court that shows Supreme Court he will not leave India without permission. Pakistan hockey team captain who exposed humiliation in Australia tour resigns. Bangladesh bars SpiceJet from using its airspace over dues. Airline says working for early resolution. Wanted in murder of Hindu police in Bangladesh, accused Mehdi arrested in Delhi while trying to transit to Europe. Ahead of the elections in Tamil Nadu, the DK and the DMK confirm alliance. BJP says wrong call. Viewers, we are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla. In a big news, Anil Ambani, in a formal affidavit before the Supreme Court on Feb 19, stated that he will not travel abroad without prior permission from the court. He also said he has not left India since the probe began in July 2025 and currently has no plan to travel abroad. Now, this is a fresh information coming in. His affidavit emphasizes that he has been cooperating with both the ED and the CBI and will continue to do so. He has been called by the Enforcement Directorate and agreed to attend as required. The ED has been sending fresh summons to Anil Ambani for recording a statement in multiple dates. We have been seeing these developments, and we have also seen that the agency had earlier summoned his wife Tina Ambani twice. Okay, let's go straight across to Sarthak, who's joining us. Sarthak, now we see that Anil Ambani has said that he will not be traveling abroad without prior permission from the court. So this is a new development coming in the probe.
Yes, on the last date of hearing as well, that was on 4th February 2026, in the Supreme Court of India, Anil Ambani gave an oral submission that he would not be traveling abroad. He had given an assurance to the court that without any prior permission from the court, he would not be traveling abroad. And in today's hearing, he basically filed a written affidavit before the court verifying that, saying that I will not be traveling abroad without court's permission. I will be cooperating with the investigation, and he would be cooperating with the investigative agencies. The court over here has taken that on record, and also the court has taken the undertaking filed by him on record. The court has at the same time asked the investigative agencies and affirmed on this fact that it has taken way too long for them to get to a conclusion in this specific case. Therefore, the court has directed the Enforcement Directorate to constitute a special investigation team with the senior officers and get to a conclusion and decide the case as early as possible. To remind the viewers, the CBI had filed an FIR against Anil Ambani and Reliance Communication and its subsidiaries last year in July 2025. And since then, the probe against him is ongoing. So on that note, the court has directed the investigative agencies to pace up and get to a conclusive decision as to what has happened in this case, and to find more details. Because ED had also summoned under Section 50 of PMLA to Anil Ambani, and as per reports, Anil Ambani has somehow avoided those summons, and at this point, the way he has filed a written submission, a written affidavit in the court, it seems like he has taken a legal route to somehow avoid the investigation or those summons. But what will further happen?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Sarthak, for getting us all those details. We'll be tracking the story very closely. Let's move ahead, viewers. French President Emmanuel Macron has defended France's deal to supply 114 Dassault Aviation Rafale fighter jets to India. Dismissing criticism of the agreement, he has said the deal would strengthen India's military capabilities, deepen strategic ties, and create jobs locally. So this is a very important statement from Macron, saying that Rafale makes India stronger and has defended the deal with India. Let's play out those statements.
We have a special global strategic partnership, which is unique, both for India and France. On Rafale, what we want to do is to expand. So India confirmed few days ago its willingness to indeed command a new bunch of Rafale, 114, and to co-produce. So the Make in India will be core in this new command. And on top of that, what we want to do is to improve the cooperation in maintenance capacities, in terms of diversification of approach, and to be much more, I would say, in a sort of mutual agreement cooperation. So it's a new step forward, clearly consolidating the existing one and going further. So Rafale is absolutely key. I hope we will do the same on submarines. We offered additional capacities. And we are doing it as well on the engines and on helicopters, by the way, between Tata and Airbus. So clearly the cooperation is improving and we are building a new area of cooperation. We are always increasing the indigenous component. It's part of the dialogue between the company and your government. And I mean, I don't see how people can criticize, because it makes your country stronger, it increases the strategic relation between us, and it creates more jobs here. And so very clearly, we are extremely, I would say, committed to having a maximum number of Indian components and manufacturing a maximum number of critical device in India. This is exactly the rationale under the Tata Airbus deal. So we will do the same for the Rafale. You can count on us.
Stunning political twist ahead of the Tamil Nadu Assembly elections. The DMDK has broken ranks with its longtime ally AIADMK and formally joined hands with the ruling DMK. This is the first alliance between the DMDK and the DMK in the party's history. Here's a report.
It is a political stunner. DMDK has dumped its 15-year ally AIADMK and joined hands with ruling DMK ahead of the 2026 Tamil Nadu polls.
Making the official announcement, DMDK leader Premlata Vijaykanth has now officially stated that she's joining the DMK in alliance, going away from the NDA alliance and declaring that the AIADMK is not along with them. And she's made it very clear that it was rumors that the AIADMK was to come along with them. And she also made it very clear that she's going to be standing in 7 seats in MLA for the state assembly, and also occupying for 1 Rajya Sabha seat, which is in the upcoming days, is what the DMDK is formed an alliance with the DMK. And today the major announcement was made by Premlata Vijaykanth, the DMDK leader, and stated that it was her not just alone her choice, but the party's collective choice.
Premlata Vijaykanth met MK Stalin this morning and sealed the deal.
All our DMDK district secretaries and the cadres liked this time we have to go alliance with DMK. Only that is the main reason I decided to go with DMK, because you all know every day you're all coming here. They voted their opinion. That opinion poll, once I opened and saw, everyone wrote that everyone we have to go DMK this time alliance.
She also dismissed actor Vijay's TVK ambitions sharply. BJP has questioned the party's call.
Yeah, the legacy of Vijaykanth they have led on. The party, their own family has led on. That is really a sad state of affairs. And Mr. Vijaykanth, till he was alive, he was with BJP very clearly. So it is not right. And also we have to see what Premlata Vijaykanth have been talking about this government in the last 4 years. So in spite of that, joining with DMK means they don't bother for the welfare of the state and welfare of the Tamil people, and they are selfish only to get few seats and power. That's all.
This dramatic switch hands MK Stalin a powerful pre-poll edge and cracks open the opposition camp wide. Seat negotiations now begin in Tamil Nadu's high-stakes battle.
And Bangladesh has barred SpiceJet from using its airspace over pending navigation fee payments. The flights from Kolkata to northeastern cities like Guwahati and Imphal are now taking longer routes. SpiceJet says it is in regular dialogue with authorities and is working towards an early resolution, with operations continuing as usual. Here's the story so far.
'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so far. 'The story so
Bangladesh has taken action against SpiceJet, barring its flights from using Bangladeshi airspace over pending payments. The decision was announced after SpiceJet reportedly failed to clear outstanding air navigation charges, the fees airlines pay for crossing a country's airspace. As a result, SpiceJet flights, particularly services from Kolkata to northeastern destinations like Guwahati and Imphal, are now being rerouted along longer paths that avoid Bangladeshi skies. Industry sources suggest SpiceJet has defaulted on navigation charge payments for more than 6 months, prompting Bangladesh's Civil Aviation Authority to suspend its overflight permissions.
Bangladesh authorities today morning have barred budget carrier SpiceJet from using its airspace, citing non-payment of overdue bills. And to this, SpiceJet today morning have responded that the operations remains unaffected and the carrier is trying to resolve the issue as early as possible. But to all the viewers that from most of the eastern and northeastern part of the country which majorly uses Spice, which majorly uses Bangladesh airspace, the passengers there have responded by stating that most of the SpiceJet carrier have either been postponed or have been cancelled for the date today.
Responding to queries, SpiceJet spokesperson said that discussions with Bangladeshi authorities are ongoing and described the matter as a routine industry issue. For now, SpiceJet has said that it is working towards an early resolution as its aircraft continue to operate around Bangladeshi airspace.
Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been arrested by UK police. This is a huge update which had come in. This is on suspicion of misconduct in public office. This arrest happened on his 66th birthday, stems from allegations he shared of confidential government information with the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein during his time as a British trade envoy. This story is still developing, but here is what we know so far.
Former UK royal Andrew Mountbatten Windsor was arrested by UK police on suspicion of misconduct in public office. This marks a dramatic escalation in long-running scrutiny over his past ties to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Thames Valley Police confirmed the arrest early this morning at Wood Farm on the Sandringham Estate in Norfolk. Officers arrived in unmarked cars shortly after 8 a.m. local time. They said a man in his 60s from Norfolk was taken into custody. He remains there as searches continue at estates in Berkshire and Norfolk. The charge centers on allegations that during his time as a UK trade envoy, he improperly shared sensitive or confidential government information with Jeffrey Epstein. In the past, Andrew has faced intense public and legal pressure, following which he lost his military titles and public royal duties in 2025. Responding first to the development, UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer said that no one is above the law.
If you knew someone was a paedophile, which he did because he knew he'd been arrested, then you just ghost them. You write them out of your life. You don't get on a plane to New York to actually walk around Central Park and explain why you can no longer see him. It's absolute rubbish. I mean, all right, the 26-year-old person was not underage, but if she had been trafficked and groomed to do this, then that's also wrong. I mean, it's just so sordid and disgusting. The whole thing is utterly grubby, and I think it's good to see him be arrested. That it doesn't matter what position you had or have, you know, you're not above the law.
While official statements are awaited from the police, this marks a fresh turn in the Epstein files investigation.
We're getting some breaking news coming in. Infiltration bid foiled by the Indian Army. Detective Sundarbani area along the line of control. Indian Army responds with swift and calibrated fire successfully. Huge updates, viewers. So try to go across to Gursimran. Indian Army has responded with swift action and has foiled the infiltration attempt. According to the latest update that we're getting for our viewers, a group of 2 to 3 terrorists attempted to sneak into the Indian territory. A group of Lashkar-e-Taiba, yes, Gursimran, big updates coming in. It's a successful move by our Indian army to stop this cowardly attempt of infiltration.
Yes, Shivangi, you have rightly mentioned that this is a big success for the Indian Army as they have managed to foil the attempt of Pakistani terrorists that were attempting to sneak in. A group of Lashkar-e-Taiba made an attempt to sneak in from the Nathua Tibba area of the line of control in the Sundarbani sector, which falls in the Rajouri district. Indian Army troops that were deployed there, they saw the movement of the Pakistani terrorists. They opened the fire. Till now, nobody has been recovered because it was in the head of the fence where this exchange of fire has taken place. We are told that large-scale searches using drones and the sniper dogs are underway in the area to actually detect the body of the Pakistani terrorists that have been fired upon. It is very likely that out of this 2 to 3 groups, at least one terrorist has been hit in the firing that has been carried out by the Indian Army. So this is a major escalation from the Pakistan at a time when we are witnessing that there were attempts using drones into the Indian territory to drop weapons consignment, but another attempt to push terrorists, that too at a time when we are witnessing that there are regular inputs suggesting that the Pakistani terrorists may try to infiltrate. And now this attempt coming from lack of control, the Sundarbani clearly is that with the upper snow-clad and completely covered with heavy snow, Pakistan is shifting its focus to the low-lying areas, and this attempt that has been made in the Nathua Tibba area of the Sundarbani line of control is one such move that has been foiled by the Indian Army, and now searches are underway.
Indian Army responds and stops this infiltration attempt. Thank you for joining us with all those details, Gursimran. Let's move ahead. Viewers, this is a huge update coming in globally because the US has now issued a fresh warning to Iran. The White House has stated that diplomacy remains their first option before considering military action against Iran over the nuclear deal. Now, White House press secretary has warned that it would be wise for Iran to reach an agreement with Washington soon. Take a look at the latest.
The White House has warned Tehran to be wise. Tensions are escalating once again between the United States and Iran. Iran has been warned. Strike a deal with President Donald Trump or face possible consequences. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Iran should move forward with negotiations, even as President Trump hinted at potential military action.
The president has always been very clear, though, with respect to Iran or any country around the world, diplomacy is always his first option, and Iran would be very wise to make a deal with President Trump and with this administration. He's talking to many people, of course, his national security team, first and foremost.
The renewed tensions come even as indirect talks between Washington and Tehran have resumed. The negotiations, mediated by Oman, recently entered a second round in Geneva. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says Tehran is drafting a framework for future discussions and has agreed on certain guiding principles. However, US Vice President J.D. Vance says Iran has yet to acknowledge all of Washington's red lines. Meanwhile, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has insisted that Tehran does not want war. However, he has also made it clear that Iran will not bow to what it calls humiliating demands from Washington. Meanwhile, military activity is increasing on both sides. The United States has deployed a second aircraft carrier to the region. At the same time, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has begun war games in the Strait of Hormuz, a critical global oil transit route.
And viewers, taking a short break. Next is exclusive. General Naravani speaks to the Republic on the book controversy. You do not want to miss that conversation. Stay tuned.
Amity has one of India's most advanced supercomputing facilities for AI research and teaching. Equipped with world-class facilities, the center drives interdisciplinary research and industry-academia collaboration, preparing students for disruptive AI technologies. Committed to India's global tech leap, Amity is proud to be the knowledge partner at India AI Impact Summit.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी व्हाट आर यू डूइंग
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला स्टर करो पुदीना चटनी तैयार MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला
The AI summit is on. The focus is even more on AI, and with this talk of AI boom, jobs going, Vinod Khosla has made a comment which has created further panic in a panic-stricken environment. In my view, not necessary. He's a well-known tech billionaire and venture capitalist. He says IT and BPO services will completely disappear over the next 5 years. And then he says something as prophetic as all jobs will disappear in 50 years. Now, this is not an offhand remark. Vinod Khosla is the founder of Khosla Ventures, established 2004, deep investments in AI, sustainability, medicine, and other technologies. He was also an early backer of OpenAI, and he made a lot of money there. In other words, he's not a casual observer. He's deeply invested financially and ideologically in an AI-driven future. So it is possible that he's used overstatement to make a point that also suits his overall business interests. But you see, the atmosphere is already volatile. Just 5 days ago, TCS shares fell to 5.5-year low. TCS just collapsed. And across India's IT corridors, there is a growing paranoia. Will automation hollow out all services? Will AI wipe out all jobs? Are entry-level jobs all at risk? So when a prominent AI investor like Khosla says that IT and BPO sector will disappear, it amplifies that panic. Khosla is a futurist. He's an attempted futurist. His job is to think in exponential curves. From his vantage point, radical transformation is profitable also. And that perspective naturally skews towards very aggressive forecasts. But to extrapolate that all IT, BPO will vanish, all jobs will vanish eventually, is a maximalist Vinod Khosla kind of claim. Now, I believe in a little bit more of an Indian approach, a balanced approach. And earlier today, I spoke to the remarkable tech genius Sridhar Vembu, founder of Zoho Corporation, who we are very proud of, who offered a more
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरी डे
The AI summit is on. The focus is even more on AI, and with this talk of AI boom, jobs going, Vinod Khosla has made a comment which has created further panic in a panic-stricken environment. In my view, not necessary. He's a well-known tech billionaire and venture capitalist. He says IT and BPO services will completely disappear over the next 5 years. And then he says something as prophetic as all jobs will disappear in 50 years. Now, this is not an offhand remark. Vinod Khosla is the founder of Khosla Ventures, established 2004, deep investments in AI, sustainability, medicine, and other technologies. He was also an early backer of OpenAI, and he made a lot of money there. In other words, he's not a casual observer. He's deeply invested financially and ideologically in an AI-driven future. So it is possible that he's used overstatement to make a point that also suits his overall business interests. But you see, the atmosphere is already volatile. Just 5 days ago, TCS shares fell to 5.5-year low. TCS just collapsed. And across India's IT corridors, there is a growing paranoia. Will automation hollow out all services? Will AI wipe out all jobs? Are entry-level jobs all at risk? So when a prominent AI investor like Khosla says that IT and BPO sector will disappear, it amplifies that panic. Khosla is a futurist. He's an attempted futurist. His job is to think in exponential curves. From his vantage point, radical transformation is profitable also. And that perspective naturally skews towards very aggressive forecasts. But to extrapolate that all IT, BPO will vanish, all jobs will vanish eventually, is a maximalist Vinod Khosla kind of claim. Now, I believe in a little bit more of an Indian approach, a balanced approach. And earlier today, I spoke to the remarkable tech genius Sridhar Vembu, founder of Zoho Corporation, who we are very proud of, who offered a more grounded view. He acknowledged disruption, and I'm going to be playing out this. He acknowledged disruption, but he emphasized more on adaptation. Now, Sridhar Vembu is the founder of Zoho, homegrown company, hundreds of millions of customers, CRM, finance, workplace tools, all increasingly powered by AI. He was humble enough to say that history is witness to the fact that when a new technology disrupts the job market, many other jobs are also created. So he doesn't take a typical VC, private equity, maximalist, hyper Vinod Khosla kind of approach. He is humble enough to say that he said being a little behind does not mean that we are behind. It actually means that we will get better. And he cited, of course,
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has one of India's most advanced supercomputing facilities for AI research and teaching. Equipped with world-class facilities, the center drives interdisciplinary research and industry-academia collaboration, preparing students for disruptive AI technologies. Committed to India's global tech leap, Amity is proud to be the knowledge partner at India AI Impact Summit.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो
सर पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला।
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
The AI summit is on. The focus is even more on AI, and with this talk of AI boom, jobs going, Vinod Khosla has made a comment which has created further panic in a panic-stricken environment. In my view, not necessary. He's a well-known tech billionaire and venture capitalist. He says IT and BPO services will completely disappear over the next 5 years. And then he says something as prophetic as all jobs will disappear in 50 years. Now, this is not an offhand remark. Vinod Khosla is the founder of Khosla Ventures, established 2004, deep investments in AI, sustainability, medicine, and other technologies. He was also an early backer of OpenAI, and he made a lot of money there. In other words, he's not a casual observer. He's deeply invested financially and ideologically in an AI-driven future. So it is possible that he's used overstatement to make a point that also suits his overall business interests. But you see, the atmosphere is already volatile. Just 5 days ago, TCS shares fell to 5.5-year low. TCS just collapsed. And across India's IT corridors, there is a growing paranoia. Will automation hollow out all services? Will AI wipe out all jobs, our entry-level?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. This is a special broadcast, and I come to you this evening with a news story that the entire country has been waiting for, directly or indirectly. Each one of you has thought while the parliament session was almost washed out. And it has been washed out over General Naravane's comments. I'll do the link later. It has been washed out over General Naravane's comments. You must have thought, how is it that General Naravane himself is not speaking? How come General Naravane has not said a word? Is General Naravane secretly seeking a lot of publicity and has got himself into more of a political logjam than he would have intended? Was his publisher part of this game? Or was this a magazine deriving publicity or coming to conclusions on its own inferences? Nevertheless, the fact of the matter is that Rahul Gandhi used General Naravane's comments. And not only did he used them so selectively that a narrative was built which is dangerous for the country. And that narrative was that of a chasm, a divide, a misunderstanding between the armed forces of the country and the political leadership. Now, that's very dangerous terrain. When you try to suggest that the Modi government did not give a free hand, did not give political support to the Chief of the Army Staff in one of his most trying moments, you are drawing a conclusion that can demoralize not just the Indian Army, it can demoralize the people of the country. And Rahul Gandhi thought he would almost get away with it, and he probably did for a long time because Naravane himself was not speaking. Joining me on this broadcast, as I am happy to share with you that the Republic Media Network is the first news network in the country that has got an exclusive interview with General Naravane, which is very significant because General Manoj Mukund Naravane's version becomes very critical. We've been working on the story, and I have with me Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, and our deputy executive editor of our network, Tanvi Sood, also with us. And I think we'll be joined, Tanvi, in a bit by Alisha as well, right? Alisha has scooped that big one, and hats off to her, really, because this is very exciting. So, Tanvi, to start with you, what is the significance, in your view, of Naravane speaking up in the context of the controversy we have seen over the last 2 to 3 weeks?
So I think, Arnab, for the last 2 to 3 weeks, I think early Feb, Abhishek, is when, 9th of Feb is when Rahul Gandhi walked in with that unpublished book into Parliament. And there was no counter version. There were just two versions, one battling it out by the publishers and the other was Rahul Gandhi and the Congress version. For the first time, the general puts his view and stand on record. I think that this is like the final word, if we would call it. It's the first and the final word, and I think kudos for Alisha to have gone there and got it.
And she flew all the way down to Dibrugarh and caught him on the sidelines of what appeared to be a literary event because, I think the general appeared to me, to be tentative, worried. I think he'd made up his mind not to speak. It's only Alisha that sort of pushed him down to facing a camera. In your view, what is the consequence and impact of this conversation? about which you already know.
Yeah, first thing, the reason why General Naravne looked tentative, as you say, is because he's been compromised. I mean, his position his position has been compromised. His standing has been compromised with the kind of politicization that a former army chief could have lived without. He's a general, but at the same time, he's literary sorts at heart. The fact that he's there to promote a novel he has written, and this is the book that he wrote about his days as army chief. Now, my takeaways: the dangerous politicization of the armed forces that Rahul Gandhi sought to achieve with these attacks. Remember, he was trying to take pot shots at the government, and I think the government was also caught a little off guard. And initially, for the first couple of days, it seemed like the government wanted the speaker to handle it. But the fact of the matter is that Rahul Gandhi's ultimate objective was to perhaps divide the forces. And with this interview, I believe, Arnab, that that objective stands defeated is my important takeaway.
I think we should go to the news story and then take it further with Alisha and all our guests. Well, just by way of introduction, I'd like to say that the entire first half of this budget session of Parliament was washed out over this controversy over General Naravane's unpublished book. Rahul Gandhi selectively used excerpts from the so-called book to make the weird and false claim that the former Indian Army Chief General Manoj Mukund Naravne, former Chief of the Indian Army, had been left high and dry when in office by the Modi government during Operation Galwan. And for days, Rahul Gandhi and the Congress kept waving that so-called book to claim that the Modi government was indecisive vis-a-vis China on Galwan at a very critical period for our national security. And all of us, the entire country, saw such engineered chaos in Parliament and such full-time theatre by Rahul Gandhi that the line between the truth and lies appeared to be blurred. In all of this, importantly, General Manoj Mukund Naravne, former Chief of the Indian Army, center of the controversy, himself remained out of sight. Somehow, despite being in Delhi, he buried himself away from the national media. And almost became impossible to contact and connect for even a simple one-word reaction. This allowed a fair amount of ambiguity to remain in the political sphere, and that was capitalized on by the Congress to claim that they were speaking on his behalf and that Rahul Gandhi was echoing the views of General Naravne. In that context, Alisha Nair's interview with General Naravne, though brief, becomes very significant. And speaking to her in Dibrugarh, he has made three things clear. And I'd like to point those three things before we go into detail. One, that we have not ceded a single inch of land to China. That's a direct counter to Rahul. Number two, he counters Rahul Gandhi's claim directly that he didn't get a free hand from the Modi government, saying anybody can say anything. That's as dismissive as he can be of Rahul. But importantly, and this is important for me as a journalist, he questions the journalistic tactic, or rather lack of tactic, that the magazine that published the article followed, attacking it for irresponsibly quoting unnamed sources. Ladies and gentlemen, here is what Naravne has said in the context of everything you may have heard so far.
For 2 weeks, Rahul Gandhi used General Naravne. For the entire budget session, he waved his unpublished book as a political prop outside and inside Parliament. Now, the general hits back. Nobody needs to have any doubts, he says, that India hasn't given an inch of land to China.
Especially about the statement that you have already given that not an inch of Indian land had been taken by the Chinese. Do you still maintain that?
I think you should ask a reverse question to the Chinese, that have they occupied any Indian land? And answer to that question, I think, will satisfy all those who have any doubts on this matter.
This destroys everything that Rahul Gandhi has been saying on Galwan. It's a huge embarrassment for Rahul, who has been making wild claims about Indian territory lost to China. But that's not all. Naravne hits out at the magazine that slyly used unnamed sources in the article about his book to make their own political inferences. He tells people not to take the article that uses the questionable tactic of using unnamed sources to make a huge claim, which then Rahul Gandhi used in Parliament.
So the Karwan article has also quoted that you were allegedly recall that Prime Minister instructions conveyed jo uchit samjhe wo karo. Did this mean that the Prime Minister gave you a free hand as the Chief of Army Staff to take calls you needed to be? Or the other way around, whether Rahul Gandhi is saying that you were left alone?
See, once again, we cannot take cognizance of articles which are published quoting unnamed sources, what is right, what is wrong. So let it be for the time being at that. And as and when things get clearer, we can discuss these issues more in depth.
Naravane isn't wrong, and this further destroys Rahul Gandhi's tactic and argument. While Rahul claimed that the magazine article was editorially strong, Naravane questions the unnamed sources tactic in the article, questioning its conclusions. And although he's soft-spoken and almost shy, Naravane is angry, clearly very angry, at Rahul Gandhi for making the claim that as Army Chief he felt alone. And that as Army Chief he didn't get the clarity or support from the political leadership.
Sir, Rahul Gandhi has also said that you, in your book, which is an unpublished book, it is alleged that you felt really alone because Modi government did not give you clarity of instructions at a critical moment in Galwan. This is what Rahul Gandhi has alleged. What is your response?
Once again, anybody can say anything. I am not obliged to comment on anything, which is not actually my concern.
That is as direct as one can get to taking on Rahul Gandhi. Because while Rahul Gandhi claimed that the Army Chief felt alone during Galwan, the Army Chief clearly dismisses it, saying anyone can say anything, which clearly means that that's not the case. Now, for the past 3 weeks, the General Naravane affair has given the Congress fodder because General Naravane hadn't said a word. The publishers were forced to issue clarifications, Parliament was stalled, and speculation spread like absolute wildfire. General Naravane appears tired by this, but not unaware that an attempt at book publicity may have gone too political for his taste.
As your unpublished book has become the focal point in the Parliament, are you being misquoted or are the allegations accurate?
I think we should not live in the past. We should look ahead, go in the future. I have written a new book, Murder Mystery. I'm writing the sequel to that. So let us move on and, as I said, not dwell in the past.
Politically, this clarification directly by General Naravane sets the record absolutely straight. For the Congress, it's a wake-up call that the rashness and shoot-and-scoot approach of its leader is now not without harmful consequences for his own party. For the government, it's a certification of their position that Rahul was lying all along once again. A Republic Super exclusive filed by Alisha Nair for Republic TV.
Now that's very interesting. Gaurav Bhatia is with us, national spokesperson of the BJP. This is the interview everybody's been waiting for, and even though this is brief, he makes a strong point tonight. General Bakshi is with us, Samar Paltur is with us, Colonel Shailendra Singh is with us, and Alisha Nair is with us. Alisha, fantastic job, isn't it, to get him? How did you manage to get him? I mean, he's been dodging the entire media, hasn't he, Alisha? So well done, first of all, for pinning General Naravane down. It must have been a hide-and-seek match for you.
Of course, it is something we need to speak to the person. It's not that he doesn't want to speak to the media, but yes, it is something that I was constantly chasing. I was constantly trying to get it.
Losing the connectivity with her. Will you get her back? She's on the move. She just landed from the airport. But General Bakshi, let me get you in until then. He makes it very clear. One, no Indian territory has been taken. He says, go ask the Chinese. What they will tell you will make you keep your mouth shut. Yeah. That's the first thing he says, General Bakshi. Right? And then somebody also says, second point, he says, anybody can say anything to this thing that I felt alone in Parliament, he was alone in Parliament, is a direct counter to that, right? But Alisha is back. Alisha, how did you track him? We lost the visuals there with Alisha again.
Okay.
Aditi, would you mind just fixing the frame in a way? Because Gaurav will come back when he is. You can fire the graphics till then. Thank you so much, Alisha. Now, Aditi. General Bakshi, you heard me. You heard Naravane there. He's finally said something to settle the matter. In your view, what are the lessons and the consequences of what he said?
Arnab, from day one, I have been saying what Rahul Gandhi, with the ruckus in Parliament, what he raised was a storm in a teacup. Much ado about nothing. You see, I went through that article from the Caravan, from which Rahul Gandhi was quoting chapter and verse. When I finished that article, I was utterly amazed. What is so earth-shaking about this? Even, even if that article is anywhere close to what General Narwane has written, there was nothing wrong with that. We had that quid pro quo thing we had to do after Galwan. The Kailash range was unoccupied. We went and occupied it. Right below is the Chinese regimental headquarters. They broke up into cold sweat. And they started, they thought it is only the infantry which has come in, so they sent 4 light tanks to climb up onto that ridge, and they thought we would be on the run then. The Northern Army commander, because there were governmental orders because of 1996 Peace and Tranquility Accord, that you can't open fire there. The armies of both countries are forbidden from opening fire. So quite obviously he had to ask, and Narwane in turn asked the RM, he asked the PM, etc. And whatever it was, after some to and fro, he got the order from the Prime Minister, Jo uchit samjho wo karo. Arnab, I ask you, for God's sake, man, what did you expect the Prime Minister to do? Say, get your medium gun in position, 2 clicks up, 4 clicks to the right, now take your first shot, okay, fire, well, then a second shot. Use the APFSDS. You think that is the job of the Prime Minister? For God's sake, give us a break, man. Give us a break. It is ridiculous. He said the exact right word which any army chief would want to hear. And those words imply, I have full faith in your professional judgment. Do as you think right. I have your back. I have your back. We'll deal with the consequences. That's all that the Prime Minister is required to state. That is all that he said. So what was the bravura about, sir? What was the song and dance about? That it is dereliction of duty, RM dereliction, did not follow his duties, the chief did not, the Prime Minister did not carry out his duties. What nonsense? What more did you expect the Prime Minister to do? And frankly, if he had done any more than that, we would have felt worried as the military, because, there is no forward command from the rear. You don't sit in an air-conditioned office in Delhi and you command troops on the forward line of contact. That's not done. I wouldn't expect even the chief to do it. And frankly, Arnab, in our time, nobody would have asked. Neither the army commander nor the chief, they would not even have asked. Because of the simple fact that 19 of our boys, including one colonel, had already been killed in this so-called hand-to-hand combat. They had used pointed stones. Those are lethal weapons. They had used baseball bats with nails.
But it became such a political issue, General Bakshi.
We had lost 19 boys.
The thing is, it became a significant political issue. I think the fact is that Rahul Gandhi waived the book in Parliament. Colonel Shailendra Singh, he waived the book in Parliament. He said that the government of India let down a chief of army staff, which in my view, Colonel Shailendra Singh, is a very major thing to say. It's a huge thing to say, isn't it? And now General Narwane, while he has kept out of it, is clearly uncomfortable with letting Rahul Gandhi run away with the lie any further.
Arnab, Jai Hind, Namaskar. I can only tell you one thing. I appeal to one and everybody, stop doing politics on army. Please stop it. Please stop it, Mr. Gandhi. Please stop it, all parties. Please stop everybody who is concerned with it. Now, coming to your specific point, tell me one reason. Why should I not be also allowed to ask, as a citizen now I'm talking, कि president address और budget में किताबें और article discuss होते हैं? Is this your standard? मतलब आपके पास और कोई topic ही नहीं है. You have nothing else to talk, but you have to talk about an article. चलिए, that doesn't make difference. I'll grant you, Mr. Gandhi, that you are a very pro-army man, and you raise every issue of army so seriously from the heart. Why have you not raised one rank, one pension during your time? Why are you today not raising the taxation of the disability pension? मतलब वहां आर्मी के साथ नहीं खड़ा होना है. We'll come down to another point which was brought out. I want to also ask this question. What is your authenticity? कि जो उचित है वो करो. कहां पढ़ा तुमने? किसने पढ़ाया आपको? कहां लिखा है? Why should I believe you when there is an unpublished book? Article was also written about the Agniveer issue, where the book describes whatever was happening during Agniveer. We know all that. That was also his controversy at that time. My question to one and everybody is, why are you getting after me, my army chief, to respond? We are not. I will agree with General Naravne. I am not supposed to. अगर आप हर जगह मेरे को बुलवाना शुरू करोगे, तो कल तो मैं भी आपसे बुलवाने की right रखता हूं. I will also ask you, Mr. Gandhi, from where did you quote this? I want to also know. Why only my chief is answerable? Why are you not answerable? Why the country is taking it? Why country is not asking this question to Mr. Gandhi and to everybody? That is the parliament for all this? I was just lucky to hear this when it was happening. It was a presidential Thanksgiving address. And you start with a book, and then you suddenly say, okay, I'm not quoting the book, I'm quoting the article. Then you suddenly say, oh, I'm not quoting the article also, I'm doing it on my own. And above all, after doing so much, you come out and say, and there I take offense for you. Mr. Arnab Goswami, I take offense for you, which he said, कि तुम मीडिया वाले भी सब मिले हुए हो. Is this the way you will treat your media? Is this the way you will treat your army? I am not supposed to be answerable to anybody except the government of India. If you are the government of India, Mr. Gandhi, we will answer you. But this is not the way that you can ask anything and everything and ask us indirectly. I think Mr. Naravne is being very cool man. Knowing him, he is not losing his, temper is a commendable thing. Otherwise, let me tell you, he's a very straightforward ramrod man. Where when it comes to when somebody is saying that his standing is getting compromised, oh my God, अगर politicians के कहने से हमारी standing हिलने लगती, then Indian Army would have not been Indian Army.
Well, now that, and I think Gaurav Bhatia is with us now. Can I have Gaurav Bhatia on air, Aditi? Thank you. So, Gaurav Bhatia, this is a very big development, first of all. The former army chief has himself refuted Rahul Gandhi's claims. And just to encapsulate it, there are 3 points he makes. A very sharp, pithy, short interview done in Dibrugarh earlier this morning. First point he says is that there is no question of India ceding land to the Chinese. He says, go and ask the Chinese themselves. They will give you an answer that will make you keep your mouth shut. The second point he says about the caravan article, he says, how do you believe an article which is, you cannot take cognizance of an article which is quoting unnamed sources? And actually, this is a very important point because there are a lot of unnamed sources that caravan uses, Abhishek, right? Yeah. And the third point about whether he felt alone, I think he's really angry. He holds himself back. He says anyone can say whatever the hell they want. You can't say I felt alone. If Naravne wanted to say that he felt alone, he would have said it. This was his opportunity, Gaurav Bhatia, to say, yes, I felt alone. Which means that Rahul Gandhi was lying while shooting off the shoulder of General Manoj Mukund Naravne, which is a very major, I would say almost criminal act to do. Now that this fact has come out, Gaurav, till now Naravne had not spoken. Your thoughts on where this whole affair regarding Naravne is headed? Gaurav.
So Arda, first of all, I am delighted. I would not just congratulate you, but I feel proud that there is a channel like Republic that brings the statements of the general out, and in a very crisp 4-minute interview, it demolishes the 20-year political career of Rahul Gandhi. And do you know why I say this? Leave the politics aside, but as a citizen, just like you, just like others, I felt Rahul Gandhi as a leader of opposition is a disgrace. And when I say the word disgrace, I say this with some responsibility. He let down the entire nation. And let me tell you why. 4 minutes of your interview, 4 strong messages that I would emphasize on. 1. General Naravane very clearly says not an inch of Indian territory has been taken away by China. The larger question is, a citizen, a leader of opposition, a 4-time member of parliament, why doesn't he believe the general of the country? Why is it when the general says that not an inch has been ceded, Rahul Gandhi still believes a magazine that has zero credibility? Zero credibility. That is the first question. The second one is, he tries to create an artificial deficiency by questioning the strong-willed patriot Narendra Modi ji as the Prime Minister by saying that a free hand was not given to the army. Now, before I compare it with the UPA time, I would like to raise this. The words that have been said, Jo uchit samjho, wo karo, in quotes, even in the article. What does that mean? The ground situation is best known by the general and the army. And the Prime Minister through the Defence Minister conveys a very direct message, which never happened in the Congress era, that the army should do whatever it wants. That also means a full-scale war or an attack or demolishing the Chinese army. What else could the Prime Minister or the Defence Minister would have told the army? I think this was the best decision that was taken. A free hand was given to the army. Compare this to the 2611. Fali Homi Major at that time, the Air Chief Marshal, after the Mumbai terrorist attack happened, asked the Prime Minister Manmohan Singh ji then, should we attack Pakistan? We have all the resources. No signal was given to them. And those very people, Rahul Gandhi questions us when they could not even give a free hand to the Indian Air Force then. The third point is very important. The book remains unpublished. And I again ask, why does Rahul Gandhi not trust the general? Because the general himself, quote, tweeted the Penguin Publishing House saying the book is unpublished. It is a violation of Rule 349 of the Lok Sabha Conduct of Business Rules. Is Rahul Gandhi above the law of the country? Does he feel that he is so entitled that nobody can question him? And he is jeopardizing national security, that is one charge. And second charge is he is trying to demoralize the brave Indian army. And when I say this, Arnab, you please recall, he had used the infamous quote, भारतीय सेना चीनी सेना से पिट गई. भारतीय सेना किसी सेना से कभी पिटती नहीं है, पीट के घसीट के पीछे फेंक देती है. And the Honorable Supreme Court reprimanded Rahul Gandhi. So these are the 3 points. And fourth, last. If on one side there is Republic Channel, the Patriot Channel, which is not worried about TRPs, commercial success, nation's interest comes first. On the other side of the spectrum is Caravan. I would say this is treason. This is waging war against the country. This is letting down every citizen. When you use terms like unnamed resource, what is unnamed resource? What is unnamed resource? So that, I think, is the lowest that Rahul Gandhi can get, Caravan can get. On one side, I would say, is India, the Indian general, the Indians, and Republic. And on the other side is the fake Rahul Gandhi, the country China, and Caravan.
Gaurav, while Abhishek and I are listening to you, one question which comes to my mind, which I would like to ask Gaurav here, Abhishek, is that at the end of the day, what are the consequences? We are clear about one thing, that national security has been compromised in the manner in which Rahul Gandhi has picked up a national security issue, Gaurav, and made it an issue in Parliament. And you are aware, Gaurav, that the claims of Rahul Gandhi that there is a divide, difference, and maybe Abhishek can interpret this and put that in a question to you, Gaurav, that in a way that you define that there is an apparent divide, that the Army Chief of India did not get support, was made to wait, did not get clarity, did not get political direction. And a lot of this spinning is using unnamed sources which you pass off as journalism.
Yeah.
Right? So it is more than just Rahul Gandhi getting it wrong, isn't it? And
No,
how would you put that to Gaurav?
This is planned spin, Gaurav. And just to add, you mentioned the caravan and the spin that they sought to give. Just one very specific example of the spin which is dangerous. And that General Bakshi was also referring to that. Kailash Ranges was our proactive move.
Yes.
And it caught the Chinese off guard. It flummoxed them.
Yeah.
And the spin that the caravan article gives, and I read all 40 pages, the spin that it gives is that this was not a preemptive move. It was India responding to some Chinese move. Now, it flies in the face of the facts on the ground.
When you make
so
that
this was
issue as
obviously a dangerous game.
when you do that as a leader of the opposition. Now, Gaurav, this can't be a day's news report on Republic. After all, Gaurav, my question to you is, you are a senior advocate and you're long-standing spokesperson of the BJP. You have seen the Parliament of India stalled for half the budget session. There has been no work. And it's not only about the work, it's about the content of what was brought up by Rahul Gandhi in a long speech. What happens now? What happens now? I mean, we put the clarification out, which General Narwane has said. What happens now politically?
So, Arnab, because I'm talking about institutions that are autonomous, very respected, I can only tell you what can happen. And as a citizen, I would really believe that it should happen. And let's start from the Parliament itself. If you mislead the Parliament, if you jeopardize the sovereignty, a show cause notice may be given to him. He may and he should be disqualified from the Parliament, because we don't need parliamentarians like him who mislead the nation, who jeopardize national security. 2, he has also committed a crime under the Official Secret Act. He is the leader of opposition. He is a member of Parliament. He is privy to a lot of sensitive information. He is supposed to keep it to himself. And any piece of information, if made public, and it helps a nation which is inimical to India, then if a LOP is demanding it, then I think it is also a violation of Official Secret Act. And in this case, Rahul Gandhi definitely, after the interview that you've shown, is guilty. Third and last, under the new law, BNS, Section 152, which attracts imprisonment of 7 years, there should be a case. And Section 152 says, anyone endangering the sovereignty, unity and integrity of India. And I have no doubt in my mind, the statements that have been made by Rahul Gandhi, even though on the floor of the House and outside the House, would attract even this. So these would be the consequences. First, he should apologize to the country for making false statements, statements that are nothing but propaganda. And I think it is the impact of the MOU that the Congress party and Rahul Gandhi was the signatory in 2008, which he signed with CCP, the party in China. And that is why he feels that it is his duty to stand with China and not the country where he has been given the honor to serve as the leader of opposition.
No, I think that's a substantial response from you, Gaurav. I'll thank you at this stage. A lot of reactions coming into that interview. I'm sure it's going to become bigger as time goes on.
Thank
you.
Gaurav,
thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Samar, I just want to ask you a question and then I'm going to the Hindi channel, but we'll run the news report after this. Samar, your thoughts on where this stands now? We've seen the politics. We've seen the crisp rebuttal by General Narwane. What next?
Arnab, you see, I think the dignity remains in army being professional and not commenting on it. the silence itself is a slap on the face of a person who is breaking the rules, who is not following the rules laid down as per the procedure and protocols, and he's dragging army constantly into this. And before this, I just want to take 2 minutes, Arnab. When the war in South Sudan broke out, 8th Battalion, the Rajputana Rifles, was deployed there. Within the camp, riots broke out between the warring tribes, the Dinkas and the Nuers. So I was deployed with the Ghatak. And at 100 meters, there were approximately 60 youth with machetes and sharp-edged weapons who were then, they were progressing towards my Ghatak to slaughter us. So by the time they reached 80 meters, I radioed in to my superior asking, sir, please instruct me, what do I have to do? And there was no reply. Then they eventually reached up to 50 meters. I again, out of desperation, I yelled in the radio set that please, if you are hearing this message, instruct me what I have to do. Now, in this meanwhile, I had already completed the tactical process of OODA loop.
Right.
Observe, orient, decide, and act. I knew within my mind what I have to do as per the distance from the mob.
Right.
So then, in the third time, they were almost 40 meters ahead of me. That is when the radio message came in that as per the situation, do what you deem fit. That was like the best reply that a commander on ground in his entire career can hear.
Absolutely.
That you are weapons free, you do what you like because you are the person on ground in charge.
Right.
And that is enough.
Right.
To take a call. And I was mature enough that I did not shoot anyone fatally. There was a very balanced call taken. The mob were dispersed. We did open fire, but there were no fatalities.
Yeah.
But we gave a message. So you see the time, the urgency, the situation, how it is unfolding, how it is developing.
Yeah.
Rahul Gandhi couldn't have known about it or imagined till he himself was not.
Major, point well taken. The point you are making is that in forces, the only political command you are looking for is free hand, and then it's up to you, the commander and the soldiers, and that's exactly what happened insofar as Galwan is concerned, and the instructions that the Chief of Army Staff got from the Prime Minister. But let's just look at the conversation that General Naravne has had with Alisha once again, and then I want to come back again to General Bakshi and Colonel Shailendra Singh for understanding a little more of what his body language is conveying. General Bakshi sir, please watch it again. How General Naravne responded to the questions of Alisha, and then I come back.
For 2 weeks, Rahul Gandhi used General Naravne. For the entire budget session, he waved his unpublished book as a political prop outside and inside Parliament. Now, the general hits back. Nobody needs to have any doubts, he says, that India hasn't given an inch of land to China.
Especially about the statement that you have already given that not an inch of Indian land had been taken by the Chinese. Do you still maintain?
I think you should ask a reverse question to the Chinese, that have they occupied any Indian land? And answer to that question, I think, will satisfy all those who have any doubts on this matter.
This destroys everything that Rahul Gandhi has been saying on Galwan. It's a huge embarrassment for Rahul, who has been making wild claims about Indian territory lost to China. But that's not all. Naravne hits out at the magazine that slyly used unnamed sources in the article about his book to make their own political inferences. He tells people not to take the article that uses the questionable tactic of using unnamed sources to make a huge claim, which then Rahul Gandhi used in Parliament.
So the Karwan article has also quoted that you were allegedly recalled that Prime Minister instructions conveyed, "Jo uchit samjhe wo karo." Did this mean that the Prime Minister gave you a free hand as the Chief of Army Staff to take calls you needed to be? Or or the other way around, whether Rahul Gandhi is saying that you were left alone?
See, once again, we cannot take cognizance of articles which are published quoting unnamed sources, what is right, what is wrong. So let it be for the time being at that. And as and when things get clearer, we can discuss these issues more in depth.
Naravane isn't wrong, and this further destroys Rahul Gandhi's tactic and argument. While Rahul claimed that the magazine article was editorially strong, Naravane questions the unnamed sources tactic in the article, questioning its conclusions. And although he's soft-spoken and almost shy, Naravane is angry, clearly very angry, at Rahul Gandhi for making the claim that as Army Chief he felt alone. And that as Army Chief he didn't get the clarity or support from the political leadership.
Sir, Rahul Gandhi has also said that you, in your book, which is an unpublished book, it is alleged that you felt really alone because Modi government did not give you clarity of instructions at a critical moment in Galwan. This is what Rahul Gandhi has alleged. What is yours?
Once again, anybody can say anything. I am not obliged to comment on anything which is not actually my concern.
That is as direct as one can get to taking on Rahul Gandhi. Because while Rahul Gandhi claimed that the Army Chief felt alone during Galwan, the Army Chief clearly dismisses it, saying anyone can say anything, which clearly means that that's not the case. Now, for the past 3 weeks, the General Naravane affair has given the Congress fodder because General Naravane hadn't said a word. The publishers were forced to issue clarifications, Parliament was stalled, and speculation spread like absolute wildfire. General Naravane appears tired by this, but not unaware that an attempt at book publicity may have gone too political for his taste.
As your unpublished book has become the focal point in the Parliament, are you being misquoted or are the allegations accurate?
I think we should not live in the past. We should look ahead, go in the future. I have written a new book, Murder Mystery. I'm writing the sequel to that. So let us move on and, as I said, not dwell in the past.
Politically, this clarification directly by General Naravane sets the record absolutely straight. For the Congress, it's a wake-up call that the rashness and shoot-and-scoot approach of its leader is now not without harmful consequences for his own party. For the government, it's a certification of their position that Rahul was lying all along once again. A Republic Super exclusive filed by Alisha Nair for Republic TV.
All right, this is the first time that General Naravane has spoken to any media house. And Colonel Shailin Singh, did he not look a little hurt? I mean, did he not speak? Did you get a sense that he is speaking with a sense of hurt at the kind of politicization that his unpublished memoir has been subjected to by Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party?
Abhishek, the difference between a colonel and a journal is this only, that he'll speak so politely that he will not ever say that yes, he is hurt. I'll tell you, because I can tell you what happens on ground. Why me and my army should not be apologized to by Rahul Gandhi and by the politicians when they say कि उरी में क्या हुआ, बालाकोट में कितने पेड़ गिरे, कितने जहाज गिरे. I want to know today. I want to know from you. I challenge. I want to know from them क्या हुआ, बताओ चलो. You tell me. You people are talking about the inches of land has been lost. I want to know which was that scale. 6-inch wala scale you have used. 12-inch wala scale you have used. 1 kilometer wala scale you have used. What have you used to come to this deduction of 2,000 square kilometer? I want the measurement of it. I am not allowed to question. You are allowed to question. I'll give you a specific example where I was. I want Mr. Gandhi and Mr. XYZ, all political parties. Tell me where were we in Pengang So? which finger we were occupying. I was occupying, that's why I'm challenging you today. Were we occupying finger 8? Were we occupying finger 7? Were we occupying finger 6? And when you people claim that yes, army has been beaten, where? If I'm occupying something, only then I will be beaten. Have you actually gone to PP-15? Have you ever seen it? What was the inches of land this side and that side? Sitting here, I want to know which is that fita, which is that measurement fita by which you people are calculating kidhar par kitna zameen chala gaya, kidhar par kitna zameen chala gaya. I want to know, you are also answerable when you are questioning me ke kitne jahaj gire. I want to know from you kitne gire. I want an answer to that. You are insulting me, my army, my defense forces time and again. And that is where I say, public, wake up. Wake up, politicians, wake up, public. Don't accept this nonsense. If you have no faith in your army, please say so.
Yeah.
Don't start questioning me.
In fact, Colonel Singh, you know, there is almost a dare in General Narawane's comments there when he's asked about the China land grab question. He says, ask the Chinese. Would they ever say that they have captured Indian territory? They would not be able to say it because they have not, and they have got a strong message during Galwan. Major Tour, you would have gone through that article, which was quoted or sought to be quoted by Rahul Gandhi. He was stopped by the speaker, obviously. You know, it's a dangerous game in the article itself, where they are trying to pit the narrative of General Narawane against General Y.K. Joshi, who was the Corps commander at that time, or the Northern Army commander at that time. You think that the army and the veterans at least should come out and speak strongly against the manner in which an attempt has been made to create a split within the armed forces, a dangerous, diabolical game?
I mean, Abhishek, the wiser part that any veteran would do would be to boycott Rahul Gandhi, to give him a complete blind eye, don't lend him an ear. I mean, see, this man has earlier tried to put a rift between officers and JCOs. We heard and saw the video clipping in Leh. And when it comes to the actual topics for which he is supposed to speak, like one rank, one pension, then the disability taxation that is going on right now. So he doesn't discuss what is constructive. He is only bent upon criticizing with no solutions to the problems, creating chaos, not letting the parliament function, wastage of taxpayers' money. Then you are demoralizing a veteran general who is actually, has such a good reputation of maintaining calm and composure. And, if you read between the lines, General Narawane said, for now. He said, for now, he doesn't want to give a reply.
Yeah.
So probably in coming few weeks or maybe months, there might be some legal action from General Narawane against Rahul Gandhi.
Yeah.
You never know.
I don't know by General Narawane against Rahul Gandhi, but I can tell you for sure, source-based, credible information, Colonel Singh and Major Tour, that the Delhi police is investigating. There is a complaint and they are investigating, looking into how the book was leaked, both in the PDF format and the print copy, which Rahul Gandhi showed. And ultimately, the investigation is going to reach some doors. I don't know whether Rahul Gandhi would be questioned as yet, but I know for sure that the investigation is moving apace with some clear leads. But what is important is that Alisha has cracked this very big interview with General Narawane speaking for the first time to any media and choosing Republic. And he has come out with a sense of hurt and cleared his position that there is no question whatsoever of China having made any land grab. Rahul Gandhi is absolutely wrong there. He calls out his bluff and wants to move on insofar as General Narawane himself is concerned. But then we're going to continue to focus on that. Short break coming up. On the other side, the debate with Arnab Goswami. Be right back.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho Befikar.
Amity has one of India's most advanced supercomputing facilities for AI research and teaching. Equipped with world-class facilities, the center drives interdisciplinary research and industry-academia collaboration. preparing students for disruptive AI technologies, committed to India's global tech leap. Amity is proud to be the knowledge partner at India AI Impact Summit.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला। प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
The AI summit is on. The focus is even more on AI, and with this talk of AI boom, jobs going, Vinod Khosla has made a comment which has created further panic in a panic-stricken environment. In my view, not necessary. He's a well-known tech billionaire and venture capitalist. He says IT and BPO services will completely disappear over the next 5 years. And then he says something as prophetic as all jobs will disappear in 50 years. Now, this is not an offhand remark. Vinod Khosla is the founder of Khosla Ventures, established 2004, deep investments in AI, sustainability, medicine, and other technologies. He was also an early backer of OpenAI, and he made a lot of money there. In other words, he's not a casual observer. He's deeply invested financially and ideologically in an AI-driven future. So it is possible that he's used overstatement to make a point that also suits his overall business interests. But you see, the atmosphere is already volatile. Just 5 days ago, TCS shares fell to 5.5-year low. TCS just collapsed. And across India's IT corridors, there is a growing paranoia. Will automation hollow out all services? Will AI wipe out all jobs? Our entry-level...
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH
The AI summit is on. The focus is even more on AI, and with this talk of AI boom, jobs going, Vinod Khosla has made a comment which has created further panic in a panic-stricken environment. In my view, not necessary. He's a well-known tech billionaire and venture capitalist. He says IT and BPO services will completely disappear over the next 5 years. And then he says something as prophetic as all jobs will disappear in 50 years. Now, this is not an offhand remark. Vinod Khosla is the founder of Khosla Ventures, established 2004, deep investments in AI, sustainability, medicine, and other technologies. He was also an early backer of OpenAI, and he made a lot of money there. In other words, he's not a casual observer. He's deeply invested financially and ideologically in an AI-driven future. So it is possible that he's used overstatement to make a point that also suits his overall business interests. But you see, the atmosphere is already volatile. Just 5 days ago, TCS shares fell to 5.5-year low. TCS just collapsed. And across India's IT corridors, there is a growing paranoia. Will automation hollow out all services? Will AI wipe out all jobs? Are entry-level jobs all at risk? So when a prominent AI investor like Khosla says that IT and BPO sector will disappear, it amplifies that panic.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The AI summit is on. The focus is even more on AI, and with this talk of AI boom, jobs going, Vinod Khosla has made a comment which has created further panic in a panic-stricken environment. In my view, not necessary. He's a well-known tech billionaire and venture capitalist. He says IT and BPO services will completely disappear over the next 5 years. And then he says something as prophetic as all jobs will disappear in 50 years. Now, this is not an offhand remark. Vinod Khosla is the founder of Khosla Ventures, established 2004, deep investments in AI, sustainability, medicine, and other technologies. He was also an early backer of OpenAI, and he made a lot of money there. In other words, he's not a casual observer. He's deeply invested financially and ideologically in an AI-driven future. So it is possible that he's used overstatement to make a point that also suits his overall business interests. But you see, the atmosphere is already volatile. Just 5 days ago, TCS shares fell to 5.5-year low. TCS just collapsed. And across India's IT corridors, there is a growing paranoia. Will automation hollow out all services? Will AI wipe out all jobs? Are entry-level jobs all at risk? So when a prominent AI investor like Khosla says that IT and BPO sector will disappear, it amplifies that panic. Khosla is a futurist. He's an attempted futurist. His job is to think in exponential curves. From his vantage point, radical transformation is profitable also. And that perspective naturally skews towards very aggressive forecasts. But to extrapolate that all IT BPO will vanish, all jobs will vanish eventually, is a maximalist, Vinod Khosla kind of claim. Now, I believe in a little bit more of an Indian approach, a balanced approach. And earlier today, I spoke to the remarkable tech genius Sridhar Vembu, founder of Zoho Corporation, who we are very proud of, who offered a more grounded view. He acknowledged disruption, and I'm going to be playing out this. He acknowledged disruption, but he emphasized more on adaptation. Now, Sridhar Vembu is the founder of Zoho, homegrown company, hundreds of millions of customers, CRM, finance, workplace tools, all increasingly powered by AI. He was humble enough to say that history is witness to the fact that when a new technology disrupts the job market, many other jobs are also created. So he doesn't take a typical VC, private equity, maximalist, hyper Vinod Khosla kind of approach. He is humble enough to say that he said being a little behind does not mean that we are behind. It actually means that we will get better. And he cited, of course, Sarvam AI as an example of what a moderately sized Indian AI firm can do with scaling up. Personally, I would go, and I think it is better to go with a Sridhar Vembu than a Khosla approach, because if...
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, we ask why Anil Ambani, who's drenched and swimming in muck, absolute muck, the dodger called Anil Ambani, and whether he's finally going to get arrested. At 8:30 p.m. tonight, the version everybody wanted but could not get. Yes, General Manoj Mukund Naravane has broken his silence only on Republic. And at 9 o'clock, the biggest embarrassment to the Congress party, General Naravane has snubbed Rahul Gandhi directly. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. Ladies and gentlemen, Anil Ambani is a man who is drenched in muck. Drenched in muck, his last big headline was about his iMessage exchanges with the sexual predator Jeffrey Epstein. Anil Ambani's last headline, which many in Lutyens try to gloss over, was that about his chats with Epstein, where he's speaking with Epstein about, quote, a tall, Swedish, blonde woman, unquote. To which Anil Ambani told Jeffrey Epstein, arrange that. A tall, blonde Swedish woman. This is the kind of conversation he had. This is the kind of muck he's in. But his muck is not the focus of my debate tonight, though I believe it should be investigated. My subject tonight is about the dodger called Anil Ambani. My subject tonight is that Anil Ambani has been issued his 6th summons. He has appeared once, skipped 4 times, and another ED appearance is knocking at his door for the 26th of February. Now he goes running to the Supreme Court and says, I'm cooperating. Absolutely, you are not Anil Ambani. You are not. You are evading. 1 week from today, his last opportunity. I think this time he will come because he might get arrested if he doesn't. But even if he comes, he should be arrested because this is a man who cannot be trusted. Our reporter caught a glimpse of Anil Ambani. And he's very much having a good time in Mumbai. He drove away. My focus is the fact that Anil Ambani is facing a very, very deep investigation in a 40,000 crore probe laundering case, and 40% of the funds were used for debt servicing of his group companies rather than for the intended purpose of house and finance, which means he took your money and filtered it here and there where he could make money, buy these kind of cars. And what we need to talk about, and which is my point tonight exactly, is that a large section of the funds were round-tripped. So he's a round-tripper also, where the money is routed back to Anil Ambani's company itself. So he's round-tripping money, taking money for one intent, round-tripping it another, then building mechanisms and then thinking that he's going to put out a version that he's too big to fail. Ladies and gentlemen, drenched in muck is not my issue. That the fact that he's probably the mastermind of a major financial scam is the focus. And my focus tonight is on why Anil Ambani is not behind bars. And why the rest of the media, you know that media, the corporate media, they don't have the guts to talk about Anil Ambani. Because they've been part of his PR machine in the past, and stealthily so they are part of his PR machine today. They don't have the courage to talk about the nature of a scam, ladies and gentlemen. And more frightfully, the pattern of our response is what is making me, and you should as well, very nervous, because Anil Ambani might be going to the court today and saying he's not a flight risk. But our agencies need to ask themselves if we can give any longer a long rope to people like Anil Ambani, who are allegedly scamsters as per their own probe. Malia, Choksi, Lalit Modis are merrymaking on the plush islands. While we wait in India, and the Indian agencies are pinning their hopes on extradition treaties and elaborate red tape mechanisms of the West, remember, we can't take that risk anymore with Anil Ambani. Anil Ambani gets a long rope, people will lose their faith in the system. And he's getting a long rope right now. And he shouldn't. I'm absolutely sure that no ordinary person would be able to dodge the agencies like he has. So tonight I have just 4 questions. What is the trepidation to arrest Anil Ambani? When the FIR was arrested in this case, was registered in this case in October 25 by the CBI, and the FIR named Anil Ambani, why are we sitting till February 26 still issuing summons to him? What is the trepidation to arrest, and why is he getting a long date of 26th? Why not say, come tomorrow? What is the trepidation to arrest when a forensic audit back in 2020 clearly flagged fund diversion, circular transactions and loans disbursed before sanction? Why did none of the lenders declare fraud? What is the trepidation to arrest when Anil Ambani and his companies were allegedly diverting funds secured through loans to mutual funds for years? It was going on, no? They thought they were the masters of all this while doing business with Jeffrey Epstein, claiming to represent people he had no right to, and engaging in obvious misdemeanors with him, as his dirty messages show. What is the trepidation to arrest Anil Ambani, ladies and gentlemen, when companies with no employees, negative net worth, and common directors granted crores in corporate loans without due diligence or KYC verification? And I would like to say at the end of the day that shame on the financial media of this country, on the so-called pink papers. Shame on them for not doing a deep investigation on their own in this matter, for not making this an 8-page headline, for trying to bury the story of the scam around Anil Ambani, and still being part of a either voluntary or involuntary, organic or inorganic PR machinery around a man with the reputation, or rather lack of reputation, of Anil Ambani. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't let him dodge anymore. Should he be arrested? You judge, we debate.
Mr. Anil Ambani, why are you avoiding investigation? Mr. Anil Ambani.
This is Anil Ambani being stopped by Republic TV and driving away as specific questions are asked.
Mr. Anil Ambani, why are you avoiding investigation? Mr. Anil Ambani.
Seeming to dodge specific questions, like he has dodged the 4 summons of the Enforcement Directorate already. His wife, Tina Ambani, has skipped the ED summons yesterday. Instead, Anil Ambani, who's embroiled in the filth of the Epstein files and neck deep in allegations vis-a-vis the ED, filed an undertaking in the Supreme Court of India saying he isn't at flight risk. In his affidavit before the Supreme Court, Anil Ambani seems to be ironically banking on a good character clause, almost saying he hasn't left India since the probe began in July 2025 and had no plan to travel abroad. The coterie around Anil Ambani has been behind bars. His aide, Ashok Kumar Pal, was arrested in October last year, and Puneet Garg, a former director of Reliance Communications, has also been put under arrest 3 weeks ago. But the long rope to Anil Ambani has been under intense public scrutiny for multiple reasons.
The charge levelled against Anil Ambani is of diversion of funds, and the moot question is whether at all he was aware of it or not. Anil Ambani maintains that these decisions were essentially taken by the board members. Documents accessed by Republic TV clearly goes on to indicate that Anil Ambani was very much aware of the diversion of funds. In fact, he has chaired various meetings of the lenders where he has essentially spoken about the financial condition of his own companies.
With the scale of the alleged loan fraud amounting to 40,000 crores and alleged irregularities amounting to 17,000 crores, will the Enforcement Directorate finally swoop down and make the Anil Ambani arrest? Or will it be a sword dangling as a political hammer? Or will Anil Ambani be another name added to the listicle of Vijay Mallya, Lalit Modi and Mehul Choksi? The nation demands answers.
What is making the Anil Ambani matter extremely serious and consequential, Santosh Mehrotra, is the fact that he started to get a little brazen about it. He doesn't think it is necessary for him to respond to an agency summons, and the agency just keeps giving him a next date. With anyone else, they would have told him, come tomorrow morning. But with Anil Ambani, they want to make it comfortable. They want to say, okay, take your time, Mr. Ambani, no problem. You didn't come the fourth time. Your wife didn't come. Why don't you take a week, have a good weekend and come after that? That kind of approach in a matter as serious as this is not just the tip of the iceberg, but a reflection of the sad state of affairs about Anil Ambani. Dr. Mehrotra, this is getting very, very concerning, isn't it?
Well, it should. After all, the forensic audit, the loans were taken between 2013 and 2017. The forensic audit had already been completed in 2019 and reports were submitted. And nothing really seems to have happened since then. I think what we need to be aware of is that this is a case filed by a former retired IS officer of very great integrity, who was himself a expenditure secretary in the Ministry of Finance. And the opposing parties are the Union Corporate Ministry, ADAG, obviously Anil Ambani, plus the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate. So essentially what is being alleged here is, despite the forensic audit being submitted, it took the State Bank of India and the other two banks which have loaned thousands of crores, they've actually filed an FIR, I understand, only in 2025. So if Mr. Ambani has not been arrested so far, we shouldn't be surprised, because actually all the delays have happened on the side of the parties which extended him the money, which report to obviously the Ministry of Finance and the Corporate Affairs Ministry. So I think we cannot only be pointing fingers at ADAG alone. The matter goes beyond that, because the other side in this case are the Union Corporate Ministry and CBI and the Enforcement Directorate.
It's sending a very wrong impression, Manish. You know, because he has this habit of dodging the summons of the Enforcement Directorate. he has a practice, either he skips or he does not appear in person. And despite this precedent, he keeps getting a fresh summons. Now his wife has also started to do that. She has marked her second disappearance and non-appearance from a summons, using the tactic of adjournments, and she's yet to record her statement, which means it is deliberately an attempt at not testifying. I'm not talking about his presence in the Epstein files, where he asks Jeffrey Epstein, who do you suggest? And he says a tall Swedish blonde woman to make it fun to visit, to which Anil Ambani says, arrange a tall Swedish blonde woman. That is another matter. Yes, you can. The point is, you know, in any other country, he would have been behind bars. And the rule of law is what is coming under scrutiny now. Why does the rule of law, Manish, not appear to impact people like Anil Ambani? Why is he getting these special privileges?
Good evening to you and good evening to my co-panelists and all the viewers. I would like to assure you, Arnab, and through you to all the viewers, that the rule of law is actually hammering him. Somewhere around 14 to 18,000 crore rupees of his assets have been confiscated. This would not have happened had the rule of law not been applied with full force on him. So I think this is something very important. But Mr. Mehrotra forgot to tell that majority of these loans were sanctioned in 2013. And from 2013 to 14, if you go and see RCOM's financial statement, you will find that most of these loans were disbursed during 2013 to 14. And it was a muck that Congress party gave to this government, which this government has actually done great things and ensured that it's cleaned up. Right from the kind of banks were in mess to these kind of loans, and you talked about the kind of malpractices that were happening. All those were sorted out, and he's
no, but it doesn't answer. It doesn't answer my question. Now, if you are going to argue with Santosh Mehrotra, if he's going to argue, PK, that Santosh Mehrotra is wrong about the time and who was his initial public beneficiary, that does no impact on why he's being given a long rope in 2026. PK?
Well, first of all, it has to be established that there is a criminal case against him. If there is a criminal case, he will be arrested. As far as I understand, it is still a civil matter, and the ED has attached some of his assets, which is the correct step to take, it's not as if he's going scot-free. I mean, he has lost a lot of his assets, which will go towards
No. He's not lost assets.
Repaying some of the loans.
He's not lost assets. See, the Bank of India classified loan accounts of RCOM as fraud. This is not a businessman who doesn't know how to do business. The bank alleged that the Reliance Group of ADAG of diversion of loans and non-compliance, and not just Bank of India, but also Ashutosh, and I'm going across to Senior Advocate Ashutosh, who's with us on the program, Ashutosh Srivastava. The Bank of Baroda, the State Bank of India, classified Reliance Communications and former non-executive director Anil Ambani's loan accounts as fraud. So he's done fraud, and he's having a good time. He's in cricket matches, marriages, holidays, having a good time. It's just setting a terrible precedent, Ashutosh. Terrible precedent.
Yes, let me explain. See, first of all, the probe is under the, Supreme Court. Because the PIL was filed in the Supreme Court. Supreme Court ordered that there has to be investigation under its supervision, which is happening at present. Now, if we talk about his statement, what he has made through his affidavit also, that he says that he was non-executive director. Now, this term, non-executive director, means that he says that he was not the person who used to take direct.
Who is the beneficiary?
Day to day. One minute. I'm coming to that. Arnav, I'm coming to that. Now, if you see section 149(12) of the Companies Act, which says that if a person is proven that he was not, the executive director and was not directly taking the decisions, can be exempted from such criminal prosecution unless and until it is proved that he had his consent, having the knowledge, and he was totally involved into that particular activity. Now you can ask me, no, he was involved and there is allegation against him. That is fine, but it is allegation. Obviously, the investigation has to take place, and this is what the Supreme Court is asking. The major concern here is that he should not leave the country and go away, and he should not, avoid the investigation. That is the major portion here, major part here, for which he has filed the affidavit in the Supreme Court that he would not fly, beyond India unless and until there is a proper permission by the court.
This is not his. No, he has no choice. I don't understand this. I mean, please explain to me, Ashutosh. You will not comply with ED summons. You will be seen in all your luxurious surroundings, buying cars worth crores, and living in houses worth hundreds, maybe thousands of crores. And you have taken away, siphoned public funds. I mean, Santosh Mehrotra, I think we need to bring this issue down to the fundamentals. No. Is there a fear of arresting Anil Ambani? Is there going to be too much corporate tamasha?
No.
Let there be.
Coming to that, See, the arrest can happen only as per the provisions as prescribed under Section 19 of the, PMLA, Prevention of Money Laundering Act.
These are all interpretations by the prosecution.
For which there has to be the evidences which says that he was actively involved into the transactions. Unless and until the ED and the CBI who are investigating the matter comes to a conclusion that he had the direct role, as it was found out in Mr. Garg's matter as he was arrested earlier, stating that he was having the direct role into the matter and, the transactions.
What is this direct thing that you're trying to build? So now, 1 minute, Santosh, the strategy seems to be to distance Anil Ambani from the alleged crimes that have been committed out here, and to present him as some kind of Mickey Mouse character, poor little fellow, knows nothing, walks around like Donald Duck in his office, has no idea. He's simpleton. He's a simpleton, poor little fellow with bad employees. Who's going to buy that? Who in the country is going to, are you going to buy it, viewers? Santosh, it's more serious.
No, of course it is extremely serious. The point is that whenever the loans might have been taken, what's important to establish is the following: that the diversion of funds is the matter at hand. Why that there were massive scale diversion of funds into shell companies and companies abroad, and all of this would have happened obviously well after the loans were taken. Now the investigation clearly has been going on for a while, and that discovery had already been made by the 3 banks. Otherwise, why would they have referred the matter to the ED as well as the CBI? So the real issue that arises is, why is it that this entire investigation has taken as long as 7 or 8 years to bring it to the point where, even the talk about him being arrested can be brought up? Because after all, even his employees, the senior employees who have been arrested, as you just informed us, they were arrested late last year. So, in other words, there have been extensive delays in the investigation. There is clearly enough of information available from the detailed forensic audit reports that have come out for the action to have been taken. But that action has not happened.
Now, this case is coming under public scrutiny. Let me share why, Manish. What people are asking, that this is a rerun of Malia, Nirav Modi and Mehul Choksi. And all the cases have involved systemic siphoning of public funds. And all these people, especially Malia, thought I'm too big to fail. Whose money? Manish, PSU funds, people's money, nationalized by the Indian government to benefit the people of the country, not to buy Rolls-Royce cars for Dodger Anil Ambani, to fly down to New York to meet Jeffrey Epstein, who will arrange tall, blonde Swedish women for him. Is this the purpose of the taxpayers' money? Manish, see, there will be scrutiny on this man and how you're dealing with him.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right. I agree with you. And I must assure you that I did, that this particular case actually came into light in 2020. It was after 4 years of disbursement that the banks realized that there are massive, in fact, fraud which has happened. And that is why the case has taken so long. So, the entire disbursement happened till 17. It took 4 years to get disbursed from 13 to 17. The fraud got caught around 2021. The legal recourse was taken, and that has ensured, and the CBI, the court, in fact, that FIR was filed somewhere later on. And that's why this court, this entire court proceedings and everything under Supreme Court is going on. And as I mentioned earlier, that this is a very different case than what you mentioned about Malia and other people, because here,
how is it different?
It's
how is it different?
This, 18,000 crore has been confiscated, and most importantly, the court is under it, and the government has ensured that he has not moved outside. So he's facing the heat, and if he has done any wrongdoing, as per the court, as per the law, he would be behind bars.
No, what was the Harshad Mehta scam about? Let me remind you. I don't, now this is going to make you jump.
No.
What Harshad Mehta, what was it? Are there not similarities with Harshad Mehta? This is business that is markets, in the sense that during the Harshad Mehta scam of 1992, it was later found that Harshad Mehta had bribed the bank officials to gain false BRs to run his short-selling business in the BSE. Right? Now, therefore, please understand, businessman-banker collusion, people of India, citizen getting cheated, exploitation of flaws in the banking process, layering and diversion of funds, systematic siphoning of public funds, fraudulent accounts. It can't get more serious than that, PK, if you look at only substantively the issues we are dealing with. Then you see this man hanging around, going to shadi, jumping here, there, as if nothing happened. If he gets away, people will lose faith. People will lose faith, PK. This is becoming too high profile now. This case, the knowledge among the people.
Well, I don't think there's any real danger of him escaping the country. One of the big differences is that he has taken loans from the likes of Shanghai Electric, and he has faced the law in the UK courts already. So it's a little more difficult for him to leave this country because there are cases against him outside India as well. I think with regard to this particular matter, the big difficulty is that if fraud has been established, then what is required really is that the banks that are alleging fraud, Bank of India, as you mentioned, or Bank of Baroda, should file a criminal case against him. If they file a criminal case against him, then it's possible to do what you are suggesting, which is to arrest him. But if there isn't a criminal case, if it's still a civil matter, then arrest is not the first option. What is required is a clear investigation, and the ED is in that process. The ED is attaching some of his assets. And thereby ensuring that
that's saying that a person can pay his way out. I don't think this can be because I found what happened with these brothers who were there, the Sandesara brothers. I found it horrible. I found it unacceptable that the court allowed them to get away by paying a certain amount to lose the sense of criminality. This sets a wrong precedent because, if suppose you cheat people of 20,000 crores and you pay 5,000 crores to get the criminality out, it becomes a model, Santosh Mehrotra. I will cheat someone of 20,000 crores. I will spend 1,000 crores on lawyers and 5,000 crores as an initial payout. I will bring some of the money outside the country and then I'll go scot-free.
I just wanted to come.
No, Manish, these are not good things. No, these are Manish and Ashutosh. This is bad.
Because there is a Supreme Court lawyer also, he would clarify. But I thought that CBI has registered an FIR and that itself criminal law has been triggered. And then Enforcement Director is also probing under PMLA. And that's a serious criminal statute. So I don't think
I'm saying he seems to be taking the whole system for granted. No,
he is not.
And he's a master at it.
Criminal investigation. And he is entitled to the similar processes of law as you and I are.
I don't think. I think he's getting much more than any normal citizen
any
would.
Other person.
No.
Probably he's taking advantage.
People are watching. He's taking advantage of his profile, his connections. Santosh Mehrotra, perceptually, how do you view this?
No, perceptually, I think PK keeps bringing up the issue that unless a criminal matter is established, he can't be put behind bars. I think, as the lawyer is rightly pointing out, the PMLA, a violation of the Money Laundering Act, is actually going to make him liable to be criminally prosecuted and hence can be possibly put behind bars. I think that's essentially. So I think let's not get into the civil versus criminal matter.
No.
There is enough forensic evidence emerging in respect of diversion of funds, fraud on a massive scale, routing of funds abroad and then bringing them back through automatic approval processes into getting money through the legitimate purpose of FDI, foreign direct investment into an Indian company. All of that. There's the issue of his buying a luxury yacht, using these funds. So there is a lot out there which has been alleged in the petition that is currently being investigated. What we would like to see happen, Arnab, I think at this juncture, is that the matter has dragged out long enough, 5 years clearly since the forensic audit report came out, and we haven't come to a fruition.
Well, I think it's very serious, very concerning, and I'm sure the government will be worried about the impact it could have on perception if he continues to behave this way. I thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the other very big story we broke was our interview with General Manoj Mukund Naravne, former Chief of Army Staff. This is the backdrop. The entire first half of the budget session of Parliament was washed out over this unnecessary controversy over General Naravne's yet unpublished book. Rahul Gandhi selectively used excerpts from the so-called book to make this false claim that the former Indian Army Chief General Naravne had been left high and dry by the Modi government during Operation Galwan. And for days, Rahul Gandhi and the Congress waved this so-called book to claim that the Modi government was indecisive vis-a-vis China on Galwan. And the entire country saw such engineered chaos in Parliament and such full-time theatre by Rahul Gandhi that the line between truth and lies appeared to be blurred. Now, in all of this, the center of the controversy, the dramatis persona, General Naravne himself appeared out of sight, uncontactable, buried away from the media, and he became impossible to contact and connect for even a small reaction. And this allowed a fair amount of ambiguity to remain. And that ambiguity was capitalized by the Congress and Rahul to claim that they were speaking on his behalf, that Rahul Gandhi was echoing directly the views of General Naravne. It was almost as if General Naravne was unable to speak, but he had told Rahul Gandhi to speak on his behalf. In that context, our exclusive interview done in Dibrugarh this morning with General Naravne becomes extremely significant. and speaking to the Republic Network's Alisha Nair, he has made three things clear. One, that India has not ceded a single inch of land to China, countering Rahul. Two, he counters Rahul directly when Rahul Gandhi says that he didn't get a free hand from the Modi government, saying anybody can say anything. That's very important. And thirdly, he strongly questioned the magazine itself that published the article, attacking it for irresponsible journalism, quoting unnamed sources. This is as direct a counter as it can get.
For 2 weeks, Rahul Gandhi used General Naravane. For the entire budget session, he waved his unpublished book as a political prop outside and inside Parliament. Now, the general hits back. Nobody needs to have any doubts, he says, that India hasn't given an inch of land to China.
Especially about the statement that you have already given that not an inch of Indian land had been taken by the Chinese. Do you still maintain that?
I think you should ask a reverse question to the Chinese, that have they occupied any Indian land? And answer to that question, I think, will satisfy all those who have any doubts on this matter.
This destroys everything that Rahul Gandhi has been saying on Galwan. It's a huge embarrassment for Rahul, who has been making wild claims about Indian territory lost to China. But that's not all. Naravane hits out at the magazine that slyly used unnamed sources in the article about his book to make their own political inferences. He tells people not to take the article that uses the questionable tactic of using unnamed sources to make a huge claim, which then Rahul Gandhi used in Parliament.
Karwan article has also quoted that you were allegedly recalled that Prime Minister instructions conveyed jo uchit samjhe wo karo. Did this mean that the Prime Minister gave you a free hand as a chief of army staff to take calls you needed to be, or or the other way around, whether Rahul Gandhi is saying that you were left alone?
See, once again, we cannot take cognizance of articles which are published quoting unnamed sources, what is right, what is wrong. So let it be for the time being at that. And as and when things get clearer, we can discuss these issues more in depth.
Naravane isn't wrong, and this further destroys Rahul Gandhi's tactic and argument. While Rahul claimed that the magazine article was editorially strong, Naravane questions the unnamed sources tactic in the article, questioning its conclusions. And although he's soft-spoken and almost shy, Naravane is angry, clearly very angry, at Rahul Gandhi for making the claim that as army chief he felt alone, and that as army chief he didn't get the clarity or support from the political leadership.
Sir, Rahul Gandhi has also said that you, in your book, which is an unpublished book, it is alleged that you felt really alone because Modi government did not give you clarity of instructions at a critical moment in Galwan. This is what Rahul Gandhi has alleged. What is your response?
Once again, anybody can say anything. I am not obliged to comment on anything which is not actually my concern.
That is as direct as one can get to taking on Rahul Gandhi. Because while Rahul Gandhi claimed that the army chief felt alone during Galwan, the army chief clearly dismisses it, saying anyone can say anything, which clearly means that that's not the case. Now, for the past 3 weeks, the General Naravane affair has given the Congress fodder because General Naravane hadn't said a word. The publishers were forced to issue clarifications, Parliament was stalled, and speculation spread like absolute wildfire. General Naravane appears tired by this, but not unaware that an attempt at book publicity may have gone too political for his taste.
As your unpublished book has become the focal point in the Parliament, are you being misquoted or are the allegations accurate?
I think we should not live in the past. We should look ahead, go in the future. I have written a new book, Murder Mystery. I'm writing the sequel to that. So let us move on and, as I said, not dwell in the past.
Politically, this clarification directly by General Naravane sets the record absolutely straight. For the Congress, it's a wake-up call that the rashness and shoot-and-scoot approach of its leader is now not without harmful consequences for his own party. For the government, it's a certification of their position that Rahul was lying all along once again. A Republic Super exclusive filed by Alisha Nair for Republic TV.
General Shankar Prasad, General G.D. Bakshi, General Bishambar Dayal and General K.K. Sinha. First to General Shankar Prasad. There are various points. The most substantial point where he says that there's no question of ceding any land to the Chinese. Now, Rahul Gandhi says 12,000 square kilometers of land has been ceded. That is the fundamental premise, and it's got a pretty straight counter in this short interview with General Naravane. General Shankar Prasad, your thoughts?
I can't hear him.
General Shankar Prasad, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
I can you?
Yeah, well, yes, I can hear you as well. Yes, let me just make a couple of basic points on this matter. There is a debate in the Parliament on a certain matter. You suddenly bring out something which is totally out of context, which has got no relevance. The point is, 2 points are very important, which you've just said. Firstly, do we believe the army chiefs or not? So many times in the past, many opposition political leaders have criticized the armed forces on whatever we do. So you say we don't trust the armed forces. I trust the armed forces. I retired many years ago, as you are aware. But what the army chief says, I have to agree with him. What source do I have? What communications do I have to find out whether an inch of land was lost or not lost? We read the newspapers, we listen to the radios and the television, we look at the social media, but at the end of it, we trust the DGMO, we trust the army chief, we trust the government. There is no other method I can check. 1 meter loss or 1,200 meters loss or 12,000 meter loss. The army chief has categorically stated that we haven't lost an inch of ground. Well, I support the army chief and I believe that the nation must support it. The second point about his book. Look, the book is something which is published in 2000, not even published, sorry, believed to have been issued in 2020. It's lying with the Ministry of Defence. Ministry of Defence has not cleared it. And there are certain leakages. How the leakages have happened, the Delhi police perhaps will find out who leaked the book. But the point is this. What is so disturbing in that book? Whatever little we have been listening to the media, it says that the army chief asked the government and the defense minister said, "Jo aap uchit samjhe kariye." अरे भाई इससे better और हुक्म क्या हो सकता है? You do what is appropriate. You are a military general. You've got an army which is professional. You've got professional battalion commanders, brigade commanders, corps commanders. You do what is right.
Absolutely.
And in self-defense, Arnab, even a policeman is allowed to fire. So where is the problem? If you are being attacked and you think that your position is compromised, obviously you have to attack.
No, what happens here is, what I feel, General, what happens here is that Rahul Gandhi was betting on the fact, and on this I'll get a view from General Dayal. Rahul Gandhi was betting on the fact that General Naravane will not counter him. He's betting on the decency of a former army chief, saying, I can use his name, I can do whatever, I can come to any inference. He's not going to speak to anyone in the media, so I will have my fun in Parliament. And that has ended up, that strategy has ended up failing, is my view. General Dayal.
Well, Arnab, firstly, let me congratulate you if you have brought the ex-chief on an interview and he has settled all the issues, which I'm sure we will see in your interview. So that's a great job done, because the ex-chief has been under question not only from the opposition or from the people in the parliament, but also some of us have been making vague statements that we don't know what the chief said, we don't know really how it is. So firstly, you will settle that. Compliments to you. Secondly, I'll come to the key issue. Look, we army people, we are veterans, we are not politicians. We fully trust our chief, we fully trust our ex-chief. They are our chief and ex-chief, and there's no doubt. We stand by them, we stand by each word of them. We do not like their statements to be diluted. Secondly, my critical issue in this whole game is only, which is totally security related. And I'm a soldier, a veteran, and I'll talk only that fact. My question is that if in Galwan, China had violated where we had suffered casualties, then I am very clear about it that we were facing an enemy, we were not facing a friend or a neutral guy who after 1993 up to 2000, those 4-5 treaties, had said that border will be maintained peacefully, tranquility, without arms. My serious concern is that if 30th this incident has got any, then it's just, I don't think any veteran or anybody will say, once you are facing an enemy, then last man, last bullet, last man on the post, he is clear what he is to do. And I blame both the army leadership also, and if political leadership had said, which we do not know, that no, you will do everything, but you will not open fire. I don't know. I mean, I wish somebody can clarify that after 16th of June 2020, the political leadership had said clearly that thereafter, if the army feels Chinese ingress or Chinese try something, you are free to fire. If somebody has said, no, you will do everything but not fire, I don't know about that issue. My issue is simple, that SOPs, as far as I am concerned, and I'm worried about the future war. Though Op Sindoor, operationally very good, but it is an air battle, standoff battle, it is not a visual battle. I'm talking of ground forces, I'm talking of when our infantrymen
but on that
on
also,
LC,
General
listen,
Dayal,
Arnab, we heard youngsters, the Chinese, Pakistanis taunting us that look, you will require
No,
this
General
permission.
Dayal, that
We do
matter
not
is also
require any
settled in the
permission.
book. One minute. That matter
I know,
is, that
I'm not
matter is
interested.
apparently settled in the version that has come out about the book, where the Prime Minister is quoted as saying, "Jo uchit samjho wahi karo." Now one does not expect the political leadership of a country to tell the Chief of the Army Staff whether his troops should walk, take a train, go left or right, or use an umbrella, or look down or look up. That is military strategy. And there is, the point now is, General Dayal, we are in a dangerous situation where Rahul Gandhi, General Bakshi, has tried to create a divide between the army and the political leadership. That is a very dangerous thing for a leader of opposition to do. That is my own point. Specifics we can discuss. General Bakshi.
You know, Arnab, you are absolutely right. What did you expect the Prime Minister to tell the Army Chief? Tell the leading tank to get onto there, load an APFSDS round, 1 click up, 3 clicks to the right, fire. Okay, first round gone, didn't work. Okay, now use the HE-80 round. I mean, don't joke. I mean, the very thought of this kind of a forward command from the rear makes our soldiers laugh. What the army chief expects at his level is a clear direction, political direction, which he said, use your professional judgment, use your professional judgment, I trust your professional judgment, I have your back, go ahead and do what you feel is right, we'll handle the consequences. That's the best order you can get as an army chief. Anything more than that would be interference in the chain of command. So, what the Prime Minister has said is dead right. So, I fail to understand what was the bravura about. Rahul Gandhi tried to make it sound like dereliction of duty on the part of the Prime Minister, the Raksha Mantri, the entire people up the chain, etc. Let me quote a bit of military history, Arnab, because it is very, very pertinent. 1967, Sikkim, Nathula, Chola, the exact same tamasha was taking place between us and the Chinese. You get into fisticuffs, you get into wrestling, boxing, karate, taekwondo matches. General Sagat Singh, later the hero of Bangladesh, right? He took charge as GOC 17 Mountain Division, right? And the first order that he gave was the next boy who gets into a wrestling match with the Chinese, I will court-martial the blighter. You've been given a weapon to defend your country. These are not for display on the Republic Day parade. You are defending your country, use it. Shoot for effect, shoot to kill. Anybody who does less than that, I'll court-martial the blighter. Yeah, that is clarity. And then we all know what happened in the Nathula incident. They opened fire on us, caused casualties initially. We gave it back with medium guns. Myanmar, the 5.5 inches, opened fire.
Yeah,
they
but
hit as far as Yatung.
Yeah,
and 750 Chinese.
Sir, true. May I bring you back to the current? Yeah, in the context, General Bakshi, and on this I want to go to General Sinha of the ongoing issue. My simple point is, while you are all generals, you know how things work, and you have a more nuanced perspective. You see, General K.K. Sinha, what have the people of the country been fed by Rahul Gandhi? That when the nation faced a crisis, the Prime Minister did not give the support to the army chief. That's a very dangerous thing. Now, at the same time, General Sinha, General Naravne in his book himself says that he was in a manthan about whether to use force, which after all you're dealing with China, what do you do? And then he used the visibility of certain medium-range tanks to intimidate the lower-range tanks of the Chinese, and they moved back. But he wouldn't have been able to do that without knowing they had a free hand. So I think it's important he's clarified today.
Good evening, Arnav. You are absolutely right when you are saying this, and I will just stick to the issue which is there we are discussing. First thing, you have settled certain things, ceding of land, caravan, that editorial that and felt alone. When the hot potato, words which has to that effect. In spite of the fact that it has not been authenticated that this book is out, these are in domain. What is important, and you have said that, in this budget session, which started on 2nd of February, and you are clearing it now on 19, because, interview has been taken by your people. See, let me clear it. I have been discussing with you or debating with you when this Galwan happened. It happened in 2020. From that onwards till date, one thing is, we know what the people, opposition, maybe sitting in opposition, wants to bring it out, that there is a big divide. Army is lying because day one, it has been said, not a single inch of ground. And today, in the interview, it is loud and clear, whether it is 2,000 square kilometer to 12,000 square kilometer,
how much time?
They are making the statement time and again. A lie which is repeated 1,000 times becomes correct, in the perception.
Truth. Yeah.
And not on ground.
Yeah.
It's become a perception. And if this perception is there, out of 1.4 billion people of India, there is a section which believes it this way because there's a false, a wrong narrative is repeated times and again.
Correct.
And it has been done in 2026 again.
Yeah.
The second point, which I want to bring it out, I take it, what has come out, he has written this book, it has come out because you are quoting that he's felt alone. He is talking about this incident of Operation Snow Leopard. Your viewer has to understand. Galwan happened on 15th of June 2020. After that, Operation Snow Leopard happened, crude operations in August 29, 30 and 31st. He is talking about 31st August. See, after Galwan, cooperation must have been cleared. That you go to the area in the Kailas range. So, I don't believe it, that he will check back, what should I do if there is a tank advancing, whether to open a medium gun or something like that. So that is the responsibility of the people on ground like us, who may be a troop commander, maybe but the people who are
again, I make the point, General Sinha, that people like you, General Dayal and General Bakshi and General Shankar Prasad know. And I don't know if you've noticed this today, I've deliberately kept all four of you eminent gentlemen out of the political panel, which I'll do at 9. But I'm glad, that you have an army version out. And trust me, ladies and gentlemen, I would believe the army version any day over someone with a lack of reputation like Rahul Gandhi. On the other side, the political debate. The exclusive story you must not miss. The truth you must make viral.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has one of India's most advanced supercomputing facilities for AI research and teaching. Equipped with world-class facilities, the center drives interdisciplinary research and industry-academia collaboration, preparing students for disruptive AI technologies. Committed to India's global tech leap, Amity is proud to be the knowledge partner at India AI Impact Summit.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, with you always.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला.
The AI summit is on. The focus is even more on AI, and with this talk of AI boom, jobs going, Vinod Khosla has...
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has one of India's most advanced supercomputing facilities for AI research and teaching. Equipped with world-class facilities, the center drives interdisciplinary research and industry-academia collaboration, preparing students for disruptive AI technologies. Committed to India's global tech leap, Amity is proud to be the knowledge partner at India AI Impact Summit.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, with you always.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोबूट का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस by Century Prowood.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
The AI summit is on. The focus is even more on...
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by saying that it's very good that General Narwane has exposed Rahul Gandhi. It was very important he does that because Rahul Gandhi was depending on the silence of General Narwane to spread a lie, cause mayhem in Parliament, shoot and scoot like it's his policy always, and get away with it. Well, he almost did. Fact of the matter is, General Narwane comes across like a shy, reticent man. And had it not been for the fact that Republic Media Network has made him reveal the truth so that he's able to counter Rahul Gandhi as directly as possible, perhaps there would have been so many of you who would have believed the garbage, the unadulterated garbage that comes out of Rahul Gandhi's mouth when he talks about the army. Now, what are the points that General Narwane has made? He's made three fundamental points. The first point, where he says, it's absolute nonsense to say that we have ceded land to China. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the liar Rahul Gandhi says, we've given away 12,000 square kilometers to China. Maybe one day he'll say we've given away the whole country to China. Because Rahul Gandhi is an irresponsible person. Who would you rather believe? General Narwane, the Indian army, or the person who constantly runs down the Indian army at every opportunity and politicizes it? The infamous Rahul Gandhi. The second point that General Narwane makes, ladies and gentlemen, is where he says that, how can anyone say that I felt alone? Our reporter asked him, Alisha Nair, who's going to be joining us, says, did you feel alone? Is it true what has been written about you? That you felt alone, lonely? You know, Rahul Gandhi, who has not done one day of national service, was presenting the chief of the Indian Army like a lonely, silent, brooding figure with nowhere to go, with the Prime Minister not responding to him, with the Defense Minister not speaking to him, handling the situation the best he could. Why did Rahul Gandhi spread this lie? Remember what General Narwane says? He says, anybody can say anything. In Hindi, jisko bolna hai bolne do. That's as straightforward and direct as hitting back Rahul Gandhi can get. But the question is, why did Rahul Gandhi dare to spread lies? Shooting off the shoulders of a former army chief. I ask the nation today, how long will we allow this man to get away with this? This 56, 57-year-old adolescent. Ladies and gentlemen, it is wrong. And most importantly, Rahul Gandhi went around waving this caravan article, which they call an essay. It's not an essay, it's a work of fiction. It's trash. It's low level. But it uses one tactic which is frightening. Interpretation put out as unnamed sources. And when asked about this article, General Narwane tells Alisha Nair, he says, how can you take cognizance of an article which quotes unnamed sources? Precisely so. Thank you, General Narwane, for saying what has always been on our mind. These people do hatchet jobs, and they quote this as, long-form journalism. It's a dirty hatchet job most often. They've even done a whole cover story on me because they cannot ever come to terms with self-made people who do something on their own. But this caravan articles attempt to use unnamed sources of interpretive journalism, the absence of any journalistic method, tactic, ethic, has been exposed by General Narwane himself. Now, my question is not to the magazine. I don't give them importance. My question is to Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi, now that you have gone around using those unnamed sources as verified material, I want to ask you, which school of journalism, Rahul Gandhi, did you go to? Which newsroom experience did you ever have in life? The only real news experience you had, Rahul Gandhi, was when you had the privilege to face me, and you utterly failed before the people of India. You made a fool of yourself before the people of India when you faced me. And now you are quoting an article using unnamed sources, and General Narvane is right in saying, how the hell does anyone do that? Now, viewers, this has gone on for a bit too long. I think somewhere we need to question, especially after this interview of General Narvane, the carefully thought out plan that Rahul Gandhi has. Remember, viewers, he tried to destroy and diminish the G20 event. He has always been on China's side. He goes and says China is great. India is nothing. India is not even a nation. He won't dare to say that about China. Maybe he's a Chinese nationalist. But most importantly, he has also tried to run down the AI summit. He has tried to misquote our army general on the floor of parliament. And then what will he do after that? Fly off to Vietnam or maybe more probably Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, is it not time to question this very dangerous and very sinister attempts of Rahul Gandhi that go against national interest? Shall we tolerate it? Shall we allow it? Shall we allow a person who has muddied the waters after Balakot, after Operation Sindoor, during Operation Sindoor, to get away with it? I think not. I think Rahul Gandhi has gone too far. He must be countered with facts, reason, rationality. Let's debate.
For 2 weeks, Rahul Gandhi used General Narvane. For the entire budget session, he waved his unpublished book as a political prop outside and inside Parliament. Now, the general hits back. Nobody needs to have any doubts, he says, that India hasn't given an inch of land to China.
Especially about the statement that you have already given that not an inch of Indian land had been taken by the Chinese. Do you still maintain that?
I think you should ask a reverse question to the Chinese, that have they occupied any Indian land? And answer to that question, I think, will satisfy all those who have any doubts on this matter.
This destroys everything that Rahul Gandhi has been saying on Galwan. It's a huge embarrassment for Rahul, who has been making wild claims about Indian territory lost to China. But that's not all. Narvane hits out at the magazine that slyly used unnamed sources in the article about his book to make their own political inferences. He tells people not to take the article that uses the questionable tactic of using unnamed sources to make a huge claim, which then Rahul Gandhi used in Parliament.
Karwan article has also quoted that you were allegedly recalled that Prime Minister instructions conveyed jo uchit samjhe wo karo. Did this mean that the Prime Minister gave you a free hand as the Chief of Army Staff to take calls you needed to be? Or the other way around, whether Rahul Gandhi is saying that you were left alone?
See, once again, we cannot take cognizance of articles which are published quoting unnamed sources, what is right, what is wrong. So let it be for the time being at that. And as and when things get clearer, we can discuss these issues more in depth.
Narvane isn't wrong, and this further destroys Rahul Gandhi's tactic and argument. While Rahul claimed that the magazine article was editorially strong, Narvane questions the unnamed sources tactic in the article, questioning its conclusions. And although he's soft-spoken and almost shy, Narvane is angry, clearly very angry, at Rahul Gandhi for making the claim that as Army Chief he felt alone. And that as Army Chief he didn't get the clarity or support from the political leadership.
Sir, Rahul Gandhi has also said that you, in your book, which is an unpublished book, it is alleged that you felt really alone because Modi government did not give you clarity of instructions at a critical moment in Galwan. This is what Rahul Gandhi has alleged. What is your response?
Once again, anybody can say anything. I'm not obliged to comment on anything, which is not actually my concern.
That is as direct as one can get to taking on Rahul Gandhi. Because while Rahul Gandhi claimed that the army chief felt alone during Galwan, the army chief clearly dismisses it, saying anyone can say anything, which clearly means that that's not the case. Now, for the past 3 weeks, the General Naravane affair has given the Congress fodder because General Naravane hadn't said a word. The publishers were forced to issue clarifications, Parliament was stalled, and speculation spread like absolute wildfire. General Naravane appears tired by this, but not unaware that an attempt at book publicity may have gone too political for his taste.
As your unpublished book has become the focal point in the Parliament, are you being misquoted or are the allegations accurate?
I think we should not live in the past. We should look ahead, go in the future. I have written a new book, Murder Mystery. I'm writing the sequel to that. So let us move on and, as I said, not dwell in the past.
Politically, this clarification directly by General Naravane sets the record absolutely straight. For the Congress, it's a wake-up call that the rashness and shoot-and-scoot approach of its leader is now not without harmful consequences for his own party. For the government, it's a certification of their position that Rahul was lying all along once again. A Republic Super exclusive filed by Alisha Nair for Republic TV.
We have Nalin Kohli of BJP, Deepak Reddy of TDP, Ratnakar Tripathi of Congress, Priyakna Kakkar of AAP, Pulla Rao, anti-BJP, anti-government, Tariq Ahmad Lari of the SP. And we have, before that, congratulations, Alisha. Great story, big scoop. How did you get him? I mean, today, this is the story everyone was behind, and people thought that he'd buried himself somewhere. How did you get him? Where did you get him? Now that he is there, how can you reveal the tactic you used?
See, Arnab, it is not something that he was not willing to speak. But
he was willing to speak.
He was, but he was actually waiting for the right time. He was actually waiting for the right channel.
Okay.
And that is where I was trying to connect to him. I was speaking to him, and that's where I got to know that he will be in Dibrugarh.
Okay.
And when I went and I just approached
you went to Dibrugarh in Assam to get this?
Yes. I went to Dibrugarh.
One minute, Pulla, what are you saying? Pulla.
I just wanted to ask one question to a wonderful reporter. Where was he for the last 15 days?
Where was he for the last 15 days? You are going to question. I thought you will compliment Alisha for getting the story that every journalist in India wanted.
Mr. Pulla can join the profession and do hard work like a reporter.
Yeah, 1 minute. Can we have everyone
ahead and find out?
One question, Alisha. Where was he in the last 15 days? Why was he silent?
I thought, Nalin, see, this is remarkable. A Republic Network reporter goes all the way to Dibrugarh, tracks him down, gets an interview, and now is made the center of the controversy, Nalin. How did you get him? Okay. Where was he all this? Shoot the messenger.
Swami,
Nalin.
Swami, I must say, absolutely, this is standard tactic. Shoot the messenger and don't appreciate the good work done by a reporter on the ground.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Is chasing and trying to find a story, gets a scoop. So therefore, instead of appreciating it, you question the reporter who has asked the question, got the answer, what was General's program in the last 15 days. You could have done the same, Pullaji. You could have gone ahead and tried to track him down. You could have tried to speak with him. You could have perhaps got an alternative view, which I don't think would have been coming. Because the General has spoken clearly.
No, he has not spoken at all. He said, I
think the least one would have expected is...
I don't know how it can be clearer than that, but Alisha, don't worry, this is usual tactic.
And doing it well.
This is usual tactic.
I appreciate Alisha. Congratulations. I only asked, why was he keeping quiet when the whole
I don't think the Lutyens media ecosystem asked him. Did anyone stop?
I appreciate Alisha.
The Lutyens media wanted, my theory about this is, Priyanka, you can come in, Priyanka and Deepa, my theory on this is, the Lutyens media did not want to talk to him because they wanted Rahul Gandhi's version to be uppermost. They didn't try.
So Arnab, if the general's statement is so clear now, I think the government should go ahead and publish the book, which has been stuck in publication since 2023. I think they should also not consider mulling over a cooling off period of 20 years where essentially it's a ban and nobody who served in the services can write about anything. Surely BJP is not appointing people who do not know that if you publish your strategic inputs in a book, it's a criminal offense. Surely BJP is appointing better people than that who are aware of it. So I think now the book should be published. And it should bother us all. Recently I read, I think the BJP should come out with a white paper and give a very clear stance on what is happening what is happening with respect to China, because we hear about the salami slicing strategy repeatedly. We hear BJP's MP Tapir Gao in the parliament talking about a Galwan repeating in Arunachal Pradesh. We hear so many things. It's time they should come.
But didn't you hear what? Didn't you hear? See this the one. Priyanka, sorry.
Publish it then, no.
Priyanka,
why stop the book?
Priyanka,
why stop the book?
India, China, 1 minute.
And arrest Rahul Gandhi.
1 minute.
If he's...
Why are you getting touchy about Rahul Gandhi? You're an Aam Aadmi party. My question
Rahul Gandhi
is...
for what? Why?
No, I'm not. I am not.
Why don't you find the people in the Punjab who are shooting down people on a daily basis, including your own sarpanches? Can we have some arrests there? Can we have law and order there instead of arrest Rahul Gandhi? Why manufacture these kind of debates? Do your job well in the state that you are...
we have done in Punjab, and I can go on about it, but you are talking about China.
Oh, sure, we have to read it in the paper every day. In fact, we read eloquently in every paper every day, Priyanka ji. No. It's a fact. We must compliment you. We've never seen people getting shot in daylight, broad daylight, since the days of terrorism. Now we have gang wars.
If you want to talk, you know how
in a border
much
state,
we have
you are
worked
absolutely
on the
right.
gangster
You must tell us. You must inform the nation.
Parents